Welcome aboard a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN. The 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at 973. What's up, everybody? Gil, Josh Henning has the day off today. It's out on a Wednesday. Phil's 8-0 last night. They gave us a nice, easy day here with a Christopher Sanchez stopper type of game. Sanchez was not going to be denied last night. There was no way he was going to walk into that game and lose that game at home as the Phillies shut out the Pirates. It's the 10th shutout of the season, most in Major League Baseball. It tells you how top-end good the pitching has been for the Phillies. They are 18-9 in the month of June. Only the Marlins finished with a better record than the Philadelphia Phillies. And both the Marlins and the Phillies, with that, man, oh man, they have closed the gap in the NL East. You can look at the NL East standings as we get into July 1. The Phillies are 2.5 back. The Marlins are only 4.5 back. Who would have had the NL East as the most competitive division in the National League? When you look at it, two teams are within 5 games of first place behind the Braves. In the Central, the Cubs are 5.5 back, and the Padres are 12 back in the West. So the NL East for the next half of this season will have some competitive baseball. It looks like, anyway. Christopher Sanchez, 7 innings last night, just 3 hits, 9 strikeouts. He's now 7-1 at home with a 0.86 ERA this season. Unbelievable. 24th consecutive home start with 2 runs or less. That's unbelievable. When Sanchez takes them out at Citizens Bank Park, 2 runs or less, 24 straight times. And it was a fantastic outing by Sanchez last night. Just 3 hits and 9 strikeouts to go to 10-3 on the season. He's got 10 wins now before the All-Star break, which means could we get a 20-game winner in Major League Baseball? How about that? When was the last time, you think about a 20-game winner for the Phillies? When was the last time the Phillies had a 20-game winner? But Christopher Sanchez now has that opportunity, and we'll certainly be keeping an eye on that as Sanchez wins. Now, today, probably the game of the day in terms of the pitching matchup. When you take a look at the Phillies and the Pittsburgh Pirates, you've got a dandy with Zack Wheeler taking on Paul Skenes. And the last time the Phillies faced Skenes, they hit him around pretty good. The Phillies have won 6 of their last 8, 8 of their last 11, and now you have all that with Zack Wheeler going on the mound. 8-3 record since June the 20th for the Phillies. So this back end of June here, they've been outstanding. And listen, the Pirates have lost 4 or 5 versus the Phillies. The Pirates have given the Phillies all sorts of fits, in the past. And now, like, the Pirates were kind of the Marlins where they were a pain in your butt, but the Phillies are starting to beat them up a little bit here. And this pitching matchup tonight, I haven't looked at all the pitching matchups tonight. Skenes versus Wheeler. So Skenes, who's allowed multiple earned runs in career-high 4 straight games. His ERA is 3.91 in his last 4 starts compared to 2.12 in his first 68 career starts. I don't know what that says about Skenes, but our team's kind of getting to him a little bit here. The Phillies did the last time they played him, 5 earned runs. I think they knocked Skenes out of that game. So that's where we lead off today with the Phillies cutting the NL East race to 2.5 games with their win over the Pirates last night, coupled with another Braves loss. They've now lost 3 in a row, have the Braves. They lose to the Cardinals 5-3 last night. They've won 3 straight, and they have lost 7 out of 8. The Pirates, the Mets have, and the Braves have, to really make this an improbable 2.5 game lead as we are still 2 weeks to the All-Star break. The All-Star break, July 14th. We're going to be at Yuri's in Wildwood for that. We're also going to be at Yuri's in Wildwood tomorrow. So make sure you stop out in Wildwood tomorrow. Come down early Phil's game, 12:35. So get there a little early. hang out, watch the game. The game will be on up until we're done. I mean, until we start. We start at 2:00, so the game should be on until about 3:00. So we'll get about an hour of the game during the show, then hang out after the Phillies game and watch our show. We will be live in Wildwood tomorrow for the Phillies game. So come on out and check us out. Also, we've got some Sixers news today, and we'll dive into that. Paul Hudrick will join me at 3. McGarry at the bottom of this hour. Phillies Fastball at 3:30 today. Dave Gallagher tonight at 5:00 will join us. But do want to get into the couple Sixers moves today. Last night, they made the first move. Dean Wade is the first move for the Philadelphia 76ers. And let's be honest here. Dean Wade is not going to wow you. He's not going to make you say this is a championship level team. He's not going to have you buying season tickets. That being said, Dean Wade is the kind of player that realistically the Sixers have lacked. He is a stretch 4. He is a good defender. He shoots, a couple threes a game. Let's talk about this morning. He averages about 6 points a game, which means what? He hits 2 threes. That's what he does. So you hit 2 threes a night. Sadly, that gets you paid now. Can you hit 2 threes in a game? That is where we are in the NBA. Can you hit 2 threes in the game, sir? Yes, I can. Okay, you are signed. He gets 4 years, $38 million. But what he is, and this is where I think, where the Sixers are, they don't need a scorer. They need a guy that can knock down some shots. They need a guy that can knock down some defense. Needed to kind of get that grimy kind of guy who is willing to do the dirty work. The Sixers have lacked a guy who is willing to do the dirty work. The Sixers have lacked the guy that has been the unheralded guy. And now they have one. Is he a star? Absolutely not. Should we be getting ready for a parade? No shot. But it's the kind of move that you can say, okay, they added a player that they needed. A guy that shoots the 3, 6'9", and can defend. That is one area where Dean Wade will help this team out. Because what it does is, one, it moves Paul George back to the 3. So Paul George can go back to kind of being a wing defender and kind of be that guy. He doesn't have to be the 4-man on this team anymore. Last year, you're playing Paul like a 4 with Kelly Oubre. Now, Dean Wade, he goes and plays, the stretch 4 position, but he's also a good defender. So now you got Paul George and Dean Wade that will be able to defend. It's a much better defensive team right there because now George can slide down back to his more natural spot. Dean Wade, very good defender. Length, you have now 6'9" in Wade, 6'9" in George, and of course Joel Embiid. Now, when George and Embiid are on the floor, that is. The one area with Dean Wade where I think, he does 36% from 3, he's a solid 3-point shooter. I think he, doesn't shoot a lot of threes, not a high volume shooter. You'd like to see more. One area that I wonder, in Cleveland, he started 38 games. So he's been kind of a guy off the bench. And he only averages about 20, 22 minutes a game. Does that go up here? Do the Sixers look at him as a guy that's going to play more minutes than normal, than he's been accustomed to? That is something that remains to be seen. Now, there's a couple other moves that we'll talk about that spin off this, because even in the playoffs last year for Wade against the Knicks, he played less than 20 minutes in that series, less than 20 minutes per game in that series. Against the Pistons, he averaged about 22 minutes a game. And in the first round against Toronto, he averaged about 24 minutes a game. Not a big-time scorer at all. So don't be like, okay, can we get – no, that's not going to happen. This guy in the playoffs averaged 3 points a game. So I know you're like, okay, there's a guy who basically doesn't score. No, he doesn't. And he doesn't rebound all that much either for a 6'9" guy, not a big-time rebounder. What he does is he defends, and he can shoot a little bit. He's not a high-volume shooter because, he needs to be open to get shots. He's not going to create his own shot. So this isn't a, wow, what a great move. This is just, okay, I'm not all that excited, but maybe I'll talk about him in come playoff time. Number one. Number two, the Sixers have also added, this is you guys who watched the Knicks play, and, you might have watched them play a little bit in the series against the Sixers, was Ariel Hukporti, who 7-footer, athletic big, rim protector, not a great rebound for a 7-footer. The interesting part about him is he going to be the Sixers' backup, or is he going to be – because Bona, I believe, and Hudrick can explain this a little bit more when he comes on at 3 o'clock, I believe Bona has a non-guaranteed contract once the NBA league year starts, which is technically today, maybe? No, next not today. Tuesday, I think, the 7th, is when the actual league year kind of kicks in. The moratorium is over. So I think Bona gets non-guaranteed. The Sixers don't have to bring him back. And then I would imagine that Andre Drummond won't be back. So what does that mean for the backup center spot? I don't know that Hukporti would be a guy that you want being the main backup center. He is not a high minute per game guy. If you watch the Sixers-Knicks series, you probably remember him coming in the game when Karl-Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson got into foul trouble, and then Hukporti came into that game. He appeared in all 4 games against the Sixers, but just an athletic big. But listen, again, you're not asking your backup center to score for you. You're basically trying to get that guy to defend, rim protection, and I would like to see a little bit more rebounding out of him, but not an overly excitable move with Ariel Hukporti either. What it does signify, I believe, would be the end of Andre Drummond. And by the way, Quentin Grimes, he signed with the Lakers today. So Quentin Grimes is officially gone. I haven't seen anything on Oubre. Let me double check on Oubre real quick. I have not seen. I know he was meeting with a bunch of teams, but he has not signed with anybody yet. But I'm wondering if the Sixers just kind of looked at it with Oubre, by the way, is meeting with Indiana, Portland, the Lakers. That was reported yesterday. So we'll see. The Lakers made all sorts of moves today. So I don't know if they can even fit Oubre in. But what I would say about Oubre is I wonder if the Sixers just decided it's time to move on and kind of get just a different feel and different look. We'll bring in Wade. He'll replace Oubre. Hukporti, he'll replace Drummond. I don't know how much money they have left to replace Grimes. Now, they drafted Filion, so he could be the guy that replaces Grimes there. I believe they have one roster spot left, but not a lot of money. So I don't know that they're going to be able to do much more creative here outside of some unforeseen trade. I would say this is an underwhelming, these two are underwhelming additions. They're not, what were you thinking additions? They needed a backup center. They went and got one. They needed a 4-man who could defend. They got one. These are the type of moves that they needed to do, but I don't think it's getting anybody excited out there. And you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be overly excited about what they've done. Now, sometimes it's the moves that go under the radar that end up you talk about. Wow, that move of so-and-so, that really helped them out. Possible. Right there. Now, at this point, you get a passing grade? Sure, you get a C. You get a C for this. You didn't fail. You weren't awful. You didn't have a lot of money. I think the Sixers are they're in a very weird situation They are at a spot where they still have to pay Joel Embiid to be an MVP level player. And he's probably not at that level, at least defensively anymore. Offensively, he can still hold his own, but he's just not the same player, and he's getting paid to be what he was 3-4 years ago when he was the MVP of the league. Paul George is still getting paid outrageous money for what he brings to the table. And then you got these two other guys. The Sixer in these two other guys. Who are these other two guys? One guy, VJ Edgecombe, and the other guy, Tyrese Maxey. Both excellent players. But how excellent? Do you look at Edgecombe and Maxey and say, I can picture them playing and leading a team against the San Antonio Spurs, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the New York Knicks, any of those teams? Do you look at those two players and realistically think that, yeah, because I have those two, I can see. Now, listen, you need depth, but you still need two guys to anchor everything. Jalen Brunson anchors the Knickerbockers. He's the guy on that team. They have Karl-Anthony Towns. They've got star power on that team, but they have really high-end depth. Same with the Spurs. Their guys, they've got Wemby. I think in the end, Harper will end up being their number two guy. He probably was their second best player in that he might have been the best player in the championship. You could even say he had a better run than Wemby did. And they should have used him more. But they've got very high-level other guys. Castle, high-level guy. I mean, Fox had a terrible series. But you got to have still, it used to be the big three. Still have to have two guys at the top of the food chain. And the Sixers are in this weird spot right now where you take a look around the league and would have to say, everybody around me is getting better, and we just staying the same pretty much. You get the Clippers-Raptors trade yesterday. You bring Kawhi Leonard back into the East. I would imagine that makes Toronto, even if it's a slim better, even if it's not significant, they were better than you last year in the standings. Something's going to happen in Boston. They signed Mitchell Robinson today, by the way, so they get him from the Knicks. But something's going to happen in Boston, and they're no dummies. Listen, they're not dummies, Boston. Although I don't know why they would be wanting to trade Jaylen Brown unless he went in there and said, I want out. So outside of that, if I'm the Boston Celtics, I'm not trading Jaylen Brown, not for some of the offers that I've seen out there. But we'll see. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. I think that Dean Wade it's an interesting question. Is he a better fit than Oubre? And what Oubre did for you last year. Oubre had a pretty solid year, but Oubre, very inconsistent shooter, but definitely a better scorer than Wade, no question. Is Wade, though, a better floor stretcher, spacer, defensive player? I mean, is he a better defensive player? Oubre, not a terrible defensive player by any stretch of the imagination. Which player is better defensively? Talk to Paul Hudrick about that a little bit later on in the show. He joins us at 3 o'clock here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming. You can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Got some text messages on the White Horse RV text board. Roy Halladay, 21 wins in 2010 was the last time a Phillies pitcher had 20 wins. Good job on the text board there. Prior to that, Steve Carlton had 23 in 1982. Will anyone top Robin Roberts' team record of 28 in 1952? I got news for you. No Philly is topping Robin Roberts' team record or no other pitcher, period. You can make a strong argument that if you take the top two pitchers on every staff, they're not topping Robin Roberts combined. Sanchez and Wheeler aren't getting 28 wins this year, I would doubt. I mean, That means Sanchez got to 18 wins and Wheeler got to 10, which is likely to happen. So maybe that would happen. Maybe I reel that back a little bit. What's Wheeler at? Because he didn't start the season here. What's Wheeler got right now? 7? Because he has pitched very well, and he's been in a lot of the decisions since he's returned. I really think that Wheeler return, yeah, he's got 8 wins. He's got 12 starts. He's got 8 wins in 12 starts. I really think this Wheeler return has been the turning point of this whole thing. It has been the domino effect that has launched this Phillies team back into this race for a variety of reasons. Listen, if I'm putting together a hierarchy of the reasons why the Phillies have gotten back into this race, I think Wheeler's return is at the top of the list, would be 1. 2, I think you got to go with Brandon Marsh and his consistent, I don't even know what you want to call it, his consistent level of all-star level play. Because outside of him, where would this team be? If you didn't have Brandon Marsh playing at the level that he has played at, there's a good thing, a good chance this thing is a complete disaster. Trey Turner's starting to turn things around a little bit here. So hopefully you get a Turner second half, surge. Schwarber MVP level play. Bowman, Stott have at least been average instead of rotten. Both of those guys have been significantly better since the month of April has flipped. I don't know any other players. And then, of course, just having a new voice in there. You got to put Mattingly and his impact of just giving them new leadership, new voice, new direction. That's on the hierarchy as well. So we'll start there. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. If you're watching the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, you can comment in the comments section right there. We'll use your comments throughout the show. If you're listening on the radio, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Be a part of the show that way. And we got Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City coming up on the other side. This hour of the show is brought to you by the law office of Craig A. Altman, Philadelphia sports coverage in South Jersey. Tomorrow we're at Yuri's in Wildwood on the waterfront. Beautiful day. You need to cool off. Stop by Yuri's tomorrow and watch the Phillies with us. They take on the Pirates. We'll be there at 2 o'clock. Live Sports Bash watch party for the Phils tomorrow at the Sliders Bar at Yuri's at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Coming up, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers joins me today at 3 o'clock, our Phillies Fastball segment. The fastest Phillies conversation on the radio at 3:30. Previews the pitching matchup of the night, Skenes and Wheeler. Also, John Smoltz said, what about the Phillies? Our Nuggets today, and 9-year Major League Baseball veteran Dave Gallagher. Our Mosher mailbag edition of Football at 4. If you have Eagles questions for Geoff Mosher, send them in now, 609-403-0973. Mosher mailbag questions for today's Football at 4, 609-403-0973. Eagles mailbag questions today for Moshe. That's where we start on a Wednesday, Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 2:30 Sports Bat Live, 97.3 ESPN, and of course, the big tonight against Paul Skenes and the Pirates. 8-0 win last night. Christopher Sanchez. For my money, Christopher Sanchez at home might be the best pitcher in baseball. My favorite guy to watch, man. When he's going and he's going well at home, I don't know there's a better show in town, better value than Sanchez pitching at home. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City is here. Talk about that. Start a free agency of the NBA. Knicks lose a couple of big men. One comes to Philadelphia. We'll get into that and more right now with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofhd.com, who is back on a Wednesday show. Michael, what's up, man?
How are you, Mike? Doing well here.
All right. Well, let's start with Sanchez last night. Right now, you could buy a ticket to watch a Philadelphia athlete. Him pitching at home, that might be the best value in the city right now.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't disappoint in Citizens Bank Park. I don't know if he loves pitching on the mound or whether it's just the atmosphere of the stadium, but not only does he pitch well at home, but Mike, I think he's actually kind of getting better. I thought he was, let's face it, he goes into his start last night. He comes off a couple of shaky outings, and you kind of wonder what you're going to get. And what you got was vintage Christopher Sanchez. And by getting better, I mean, that slider that he developed, I mean, the first 5 strikeouts were all via the slider last night, and then he started mixing in the changeup more, which is the best pitch, I think the best pitch in maybe all of baseball. So if he can, add a slider to go along with that devastating changeup and combine that with the velocity of his fastball, boy, that is, as we saw last night, that's tough to hit, basically.
Yeah, Pirates swung at 55 pitches. They missed 23 of them, which is interesting because wasn't that somewhere where Nola was the night before with all the swing and misses?
Yeah, I mean, Nola got the 23 swings and misses, and I think, in being up there yesterday and talking to people about Nola and kind of picking the brains, I think what they saw from Nola on Monday night was that his stuff was outstanding for the first 2 or 3 innings, and then it kind of just dropped off a cliff in that 4th and 5th innings, like he couldn't sustain it. So, some hope for Nola in those 23 swings and misses, but the big question is, why couldn't he sustain his stuff past 2 or 3 innings? So that's, when it comes to Nola, that's what they're kind of grappling at there. But you're right. I thought of the same thing when I saw, here's Sanchez with 23 swings and misses, throwing a shutout for 7 innings. And here's Nola with 23 swings and misses, giving up 8 runs in 5 innings. I guess, as they say, that's baseball.
Mike, everybody says, what do you do with Nola? He's got 4 years, $25 million. I mean, is it just you're resigned to the fact that he's going to pitch every 5th day, or is there something else that you can come up with?
Yeah, Mike, I can't begin to think about what, in 27, 28, 29, and 30 going forward. I'll worry about that in November or December. If I'm the Phillies, I'm worried about getting Aaron Nola through the rest of the season because right now they don't really have a number 5 starter, and if Nola is not going to give you some length out of that 4th spot, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. You're going to run through your bullpen and burn through your bullpen, and that's going to end up costing you more than just the game that Nola pitches that day. So to me, I think one solution might be, if I'm the Phillies, I'm going to go trade for a starting pitcher. I'm going to put him in the rotation, and then I'm going to kind of combine Rangel and Nola and try to, piggyback those guys and get through another start and get me 5, 6, 7 innings that way.
I was going to say, I mean, right now, you can't start him in a playoff game and hope that you're going to get 2 to 3 innings. I mean, you just can't go in with that game plan, right?
Right, absolutely. But if you look realistically, Mike, if they do you only need that number 4 starter in the playoffs. We've seen in the past, maybe once, maybe twice. So if you can trade for a guy that can be that number 4 starter, then you can combine Nola and Ronhal and try to get through the regular season like that, basically. But again, I know it's a daunting fact. You look at that contract number, you look at the length of that contract. Like I said, I'll worry about that in November. I've got to sort of triage the situation now and hope that it doesn't blow up our season right now.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. We're talking about Nola, we're talking about Sanchez, but you write at pressofatlanticcity.com that Zack Wheeler is the one that should start the All-Star game. We know Nola's not in that conversation, but many people are looking about, hey, why not Sanchez be the starter? You think it should be Wheeler?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote over there at pressofac.com in my must-win column. Like, Zack Wheeler is 8-1, Mike. He's got a 2.03 ERA, the lowest of his career. And I think he's just been so good. And the point I make in the story, go read it, is that he has been so good that his comeback has been overlooked this year. That's how good he's been. And you can talk about the firing of Rob Thompson and the hiring of Don Mattingly. But you know what the Phillies' record was when Zack Wheeler returned to the starting rotation on April 25th? It was 8-18. 8-18. So I think his comeback has just as much to do with how the Phillies have turned their season around as the firing of the manager did. And to me, the All-Star game is about obviously celebrating the best players, but it's also about celebrating the best stories in baseball and creating moments. And how great would it be that Tuesday night at Citizens Bank Park if Wheeler's music hits and he goes out there to pitch that first inning? And also, Mike, I think he deserves it because, like Paul Newman, they gave him the Oscar for The Verdict, but he was probably better in Cool Hand Luke and The Sting and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Wheeler has been arguably the best pitcher in baseball the past 5 or 6 seasons. He deserves a moment. The All-Star game is in Philadelphia, and I think he should be the guy who starts for the National League. Now, he can go along, cement that case tonight by outdueling Paul Skenes, but to me, hey, throw Wheeler in the first inning, throw Sanchez in the second inning, then throw the guy from the Brewers in the third inning. You got 3 great moments for that All-Star game on Tuesday night. I think it makes complete sense.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, I was talking about this before you came on. I think if you're ranking or looking at the hierarchy of the Phillies turnaround here from 9-19 to where they are, I think Wheeler's return is at the top of the list. What the domino effects of getting him back and what that meant for the team, the bullpen, and his turn in the rotation has absolutely jumped this, kickstarted this whole turnaround for this team. I don't know what else you put in there. Mattingly obviously taking over, Marsh's consistency, but Wheeler's got to be at the top of the list.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. And look, they basically traded Zack Wheeler for Taijuan Walker. They almost went from a guaranteed loss every 5th day to a guaranteed win. And again, this is a guy, and people kind of minimize it now. This is a guy, when he underwent that surgery in September, they said 6 to 8 months. And there was no guarantee that he was coming back. This isn't a hamstring he was coming back from. This isn't knee surgery. This isn't even Tommy John. This is blood clots. Blood clots are serious problems. Blood clots can cause big, big problems. This is a guy who had a rib removed, and he's come back, and he's hit the ground running, and it looks like he hasn't even missed a beat. And I think we're just so used to seeing excellence that we're like minimizing or not making a big enough deal about the comeback. And in the story I wrote, Aaron Nola made the point of, hey, sometimes you don't realize what you've had until that guy is gone. And I just think having Wheeler start the All-Star game would be an appreciation for what he has done since he's come to Philadelphia, where you can argue that he has been the best pitcher in baseball since he signed with the Phillies as a free agent.
No doubt, and we've talked about it over the years when he's had outstanding outings that no one saw Zack Wheeler becoming one of the 5 best pitchers in baseball when he signed with the Philadelphia Phillies. What about you? You write over at pressofatlanticcity.com. You had some observations from that win last night, but big picture here, Justin Crawford was a rookie. A lot of expectations were like, what is this guy? What is his ceiling? What kind of impact? And he kind of got off to a hot start, and then he kind of cooled off, and you were like, what is he? But you think he's beginning to show some signs of life now as we hit the summer months?
Yeah, I think he will. I think he wrapped up June after last night's game, batting 307 after hitting 175 in May, and I thought he had a great at-bat last night in that second inning against Bubba Chandler. He fouled off 4 fastballs, 100 miles an hour, and then he was able to slap a slider down the left field line for a 2-run single. And he had, what I'm encouraged by, Mike, with Justin is the adjustments that he's made and he's talked about. Here's a guy who has hit 300 throughout his entire minor league career. He was a first-round draft choice. He's never encountered a lack of success or frustration on the baseball field for a long period of time. The guy has been probably the best player on his team since he was 8 years old. You get to the big leagues, you're struggling, you're not the best player on your team. Some guys can adjust to that. Some guys can't. I think I'd be encouraged by what Crawford has done. He's cut down on his stride. The movement was getting him late to the fastball. He's trying to get quicker to the ball. And like I said, batted 175 in May, batted 305 in June. You saw it in the game last night. A couple of big hits, a good sacrifice bunt there. Yeah, he's still not hitting for power. I think he's got 16 extra base hits all season. I think he had, 4 doubles in June. That's all. But a lot of times the power will come later for guys. He's still only 22 years old. So I am encouraged by the fact that Crawford was able to sort of handle that initial adversity and make some adjustments to have a better June than May. Now we'll see if he can get even better and carry it forward going into July and the rest of the season.
Well, that would be a big help if they can get him going, getting him back on base. And now you're seeing Turner kind of turning it around a little bit here. You got Schwarber and Harper, Marsh, and we'll see if they add someone to the mix. Well, the Sixers added a couple players to the mix today, Mike McGarry. First, let's talk about Ariel Hockporty. He was the Knicks' 3rd center, but can he have a bigger role in Philadelphia, or is this just a meh signing?
We'll see, Mike. I mean, they did turn to him in the playoffs a little bit, and he did show some sort of, potential there. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to go purchase season tickets or run out and, pick the Sixers to go deep in the playoffs because of this. But as I said, he's a guy, he's a body, he's intriguing. One of the things the Sixers have struggled with during the Embiid era is backup big men for that position. So we'll see if this guy has more than he's shown. Obviously didn't get a lot of chance to play in New York, but, made some brief appearances in the playoffs. So I'll keep an open mind on him going forward, but I'm not going to, book any deep playoff runs because of this signing, basically.
Yeah. Well, and you got Dean Wade, too, and I guess he's supposed to be the highlighter here. You get a guy who's averaging less than 6 points a game, but kind of the pitches per night. You don't need a lot of offense, but he's a really good defender. He's kind of a, one of those guys the Sixers just always seem to lack, right? The guy who hits that 3 in the corner, who defends, who does the dirty work. That's a guy that this team never has.
Yeah, I mean, he is, and those types of players are the types of guys you need to win in the playoffs, right, in the NBA today. Guys who defend, guys who can spread the floor, hit threes, give you a couple of minutes here or there. So I like that signing. I think it adds to the overall talent on the roster, and I think that's where the Sixers are right now, Mike. I almost don't look at them as, and I know they've got championship aspirations, but I don't look at them as being complete, in that top tier or even in that next tier of teams competing for a championship. I think they're at a stage now where they're just looking to accumulate as many assets and as good players as they can going forward, much like the Knicks did 2 or 3 seasons ago. And whether those players are still here when you make that run of the championship, or come in and help you make a run for a championship. I think that'll be really interesting to see. But that's where I think the Sixers are right now, just kind of accumulating good players as they try to put together, a team that can contend for a title. And again, I come back to the fact that I just think they're in a tough spot because, if they didn't have Embiid or George on the roster, you'd say, okay, we're definitely going in this direction. We've got young guys. Here we go. But they're almost in win now at the same time with Embiid and George. And it'll be interesting to see how that Sixers management kind of balances out those two conflicting things.
As a fan of the Knicks, you look at what's going on in the East. Giannis in Miami, Kawhi heading to Toronto. I got to imagine Boston's going to have a new look here. Halliburton's back. Is the East much more competitive than it was a couple days ago?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see, right? Leonard, I think it's players looking to escape San Antonio and Oklahoma, right? I think Kawhi Leonard woke up with the Clippers and took a look at the Oklahoma roster and the San Antonio roster and said, well, and for that matter, the Minnesota roster, and said, hey, I'm not winning in the West anytime soon. Let me get to the East and see if I can recreate the magic in Toronto. I kind of like, though, what the Knicks have done as far as kind of keeping the team together, re-signing Shamet, trying to keep some of their role players together. And I'm also curious to see, in the regular season next year, are we going to see the Knicks that won 50-something games in the regular season and were inconsistent at times? Or are we going to see the Knicks that rolled through the playoffs and really put on one of the great playoff runs in NBA history? So the movement around the league is fascinating. It's great to see it. It's good for conversation. But I'm interested to see, are the Knicks, with the championship and the confidence that championship brings and how dominant they were during that playoff run, are the Knicks going to be even better next year, even though they're probably not going to make any, eye-opening personnel moves or changes?
All right, fair question, by the way. You win that one. That's nice. You win two, you become special. Although you don't win one in 53 years, people will remember that they won this one and the way that they did it. So we'll see. The East is shaping up to be interesting. And where will LeBron James end up? That will be the next one. 41 years old, still cooking, still going. We'll see if he goes back to Cleveland. That would give another Eastern Conference team another talented player. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. All right, Mike, enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, Mike, we will see you down the road. Take care.
And Mike McGarry, of course, here on the Sports Bash Live. Bye. Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage in South Jersey. I'm off on Friday. Josh will be here with a special Hanging with Henning on Friday's show from 2 to 5. Sports Bash taking a Friday off for the 4th of July. However, we got you all throughout today and tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be at Yuri's in Wildwood. So stop out and see us at Yuri's in Wildwood. We'll have the game on. Phillies day game watch party at Yuri's on the Sports Bash. The seafood, extraordinary. The value, tremendous. And the sunsets, they're on the house at Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant and the Boathouse, the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Experience the best of the shore at Yuri's in the Boathouse, and come see the Sports Bash Live tomorrow for the Phillies and Pirates. All right, coming up. Do you remember on this day? This one is a big one. Everybody knows this one. We'll explain next on the Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Do you remember? Well, we all remember this day, right? It's Bobby Bonilla Day. Bobby Bonilla got a check today for 1.1 million from the Mets, like he has and will every July 1st from 2011 to 2035. In the year 2000, the Mets and Bonilla agreed to buy out the remaining 5.9 million on Bonilla's contract. However, instead of paying Bonilla 5.9 at the time, the Mets agreed to make annual payments of 1.2 million for 25 years, starting July 1st, 2011, and an 8% interest increase. At the time, the Mets were involved in the whole Bernie Madoff thing. Didn't work out for them. So Bonilla today got a check for 1.1 million. Do you remember? Of course you do. It's Bobby Bonilla Day. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, tomorrow we're live at Yuri's in Wildwood, Phillies day game watch party. You want to watch the Phils? Stop out to the Sliders Bar tomorrow with us in Wildwood at the foot of the bridge. Talk a little Sixers and their offseason so far. Dean Wade is here. Not on my show. He's the new Sixer. Also, Ariel Hockporty, who you might remember him a little bit from the Sixers playoff battle with the Knicks. He didn't play all that much. I'm not all that excited about either one of the guys. Wade, definitely a fit, but neither one of these guys is changing the dynamics for what the Sixers have this offseason. It's a team that's challenged right now. They're challenged with the situation that they are currently in. Joel Embiid making max money. And if he is not a max player, that's your only shot. If Joel Embiid can be a max player, that's your shot. Can he stay healthy? Probably not. Can he be the player that he once was a couple of years ago when he won an MVP? We shall see. Doubtful. Defensively, now I got to see what he looks like in this second year back from this whole knee situation. He has insinuated that the knee problems are behind him. So we'll see. I mean, if the knee problems are behind him, what does that really mean for Joel Embiid? Does that mean he's going to play every night? Is he going to play 50 games, 60 games? What does that mean? If he says, hey, the knee problems are behind me, and I get the top level Joel Embiid, how many games am I getting Joel Embiid for? And what does that even mean? That would be number one. Number two, we still have Paul George here. What version of Paul George can I realistically expect to get? Am I getting this Paul George that is a good player? Am I getting Paul George that's a average player? Am I getting Paul George that can be great at times? I mean, he had a 25-game suspension last year. By the way, Kelly Oubre has agreed to a 2-year deal worth nearly $17 million. And he is going to Indiana with the Pacers. The Pacers are a very interesting team, by the way. Tyrese Halliburton's coming back from that injury that he had, the Achilles situation. And they made the trade last year to add Zubac. And they got Siakam, Naismith, Nembhard. They're all still there. Halliburton now back. The East is definitely more interesting than it was not so long ago. You've got all these players now. Halliburton, an all-star player. Obviously, Kawhi, an aging star. Probably LeBron. I would imagine LeBron ends up in Cleveland. Who else? You got, obviously, Giannis. He was already in the East, but he goes to Miami. I think Boston is going to be very interesting with what is about to happen by the end of the day, possibly. I don't know. Do they make a trade by the end of the day? The Celtics, by the way, signed Mitchell Robinson. I also think the Sixers, they lose Oubre, so he is out the door. Grimes is out the door. The Sixers essentially just said, look, we can't bring that group of guys, the same guys, back. We weren't good enough with those players, so now we need to go and try to shuffle the deck here, and we'll see. We'll see if the, ultimately is Ariel Hockporty and Dean Wade. Are they upgrades over Quentin Grimes and Kelly Oubre? That's essentially where you are right now. Now, I think you got Filion, who is kind of replacing Grimes as that third guard role. You'll have Dean Wade, who's essentially replacing Kelly Oubre. And what that does is it puts Wade, who's more of a true four-man, and it puts Paul George into a spot that he is more suited for. And then, of course, you've got Hockporty, who I would imagine is the guy who will I don't know if he's going to be the backup center or the guy who is in that Bona role. Bona last year was the third guy. So we'll see if Bona is back and they go with Hockporty and Bona, or do they keep Hockporty in the way that the Knicks used him, which was about 10 to 12 minutes a game. He is definitely not a guy that I would see starting 20-some games that Joel Embiid generally doesn't play, or being the starting guy on nights that Joel misses. And we know that Joel misses a ton of games. So I don't know what happens in that spot here. And what can they do? Like, I don't know, do you wait around and see if Drummond has any sniffs? And if not, do you bring Drummond back again and try to get him at a, discounted rate? I don't know. There's a lot there that I think this team's still kind of kicking the tires on. Now, all that being said, if your excitement level was a 4, I don't know that it jumped to a 5. Like, I still think a Dean Wade and Ariel Hockporty probably keep you right about where it was. So there's the expository on where the Sixers are right now. Let's talk to a guy who covers this team every single day and can give us some more insight on where they are, what could be next, and more. So our buddy Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers is back here on the Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN. And the Sixers make a move last night. Dean Wade, and today Ariel Hockporty is in. We just saw Grimes. He's going to L.A. Kelly Oubre is now going to Indiana. That just happened during our last break there. So, Paul, let's start with Dean Wade. The way I kind of broke it down before you jump on. Wade essentially is the replacement for Oubre, and George now can slide to the Oubre spot, and it gives Wade and the Sixers a real 4. I guess Filion replaces Grimes, and Hockporty replaces Drummond or Bona in some capacity. So, Wade, what do you see about that signing and that fit?
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on with the idea of, and look, I think that's the main reason, because they could have theoretically brought Kelly Oubre back, but I know from covering Kelly Oubre, starting meant something to him, and it's pretty clear the Sixers were moving on, and they were going to start Dean Wade, and so Oubre, if he would have came back, would have been on the bench. In Indiana, he might have a chance to start. So that might have, I don't know all this, but that's just maybe where that went. But I mean, with Wade, I think he is sort of an ideal 5th starter, 5th option kind of guy. Like, he's not going to demand the ball. He's going to shoot it when he's open. He's a good connector. He's going to make quick decisions. He's not going to make mistakes on the offensive end. Defensively, you get great size at 6'9", great defender who can guard multiple positions, which, to what you spoke on earlier, that's going to help Paul George, because now the toughest defensive assignments are going to go to Dean Wade. So now that helps Paul George. That helps VJ Edgecombe now, because now they're going a rung down the ladder, and that should help them both have a little bit more offensively. Plus, it should help them defensively because of the way Nick Nurse likes to play, forcing turnovers, getting in passing lanes. They can do a little bit more of that because Wade will get the toughest kind of assignment. So I think the fit, and I think with some of these contracts we're seeing, I think the value's fine. Yeah. I think $10 million a year for him. $9 million in the first year. I mean, I think that's fine value for him. I don't think that's an overpay. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like there. He's something in between Nico Batum and PJ Tucker. And I mean that complimentary, like he's
that's
somewhere
a good one.
In there, like a guy who is just a connective piece, will do the dirty work, will play good defense, won't ask for the ball, unselfish, and he's just smart. I think that's the biggest thing, Mike. And I like Kelly Oubre. I think some people are just way too hard on the guy. I think he did bring real value. But I think what Wade brings to the table is he is just really smart and makes really good decisions.
All right, so that was the question I was going to ask you. I don't know if he's a better overall player than Oubre, but is he better overall fit than Oubre?
I would say yes, because one, the shooting. I mean, he's not the greatest shooter in the world, but he's a better and more reliable shooter than Kelly Oubre. And again, just the basketball IQ. He knows where to be. He understands spacing. Defensively, like you see, like some of these plays that, if a lot of people are sharing Dean Wade defensive highlights, anyone you find, you'll see him making 4 or 5 efforts on one play just by being smart, just by knowing where he needs to be, where the defense. And I think that will also help the defense overall, help them be more connective. Playing next to a Paul George, who is also really smart defensively and just knows where to be. I just think that tandem is going to be really interesting working together. And the other thing I would say too, Mike, it's a little off the topic of your question, but we heard Bob Myers, we heard Mike Gaines, we heard them all talk about we need an identity. We need to have something to hang our hat on. And I think with Wade, this starting five, you can build a defensive identity if Joel Embiid can move and protect the rim. And then you have Tyrese Maxey, again, what we saw last year with him taking that kind of step up, getting in the passing lanes more and getting more steals.
He's only averaged about 20 minutes a game in his career. He started, half the games or a little bit less than half the games this past year. So you're saying he jumps right into the starting role, but does he play more than 20 minutes? Is he a guy that's going to up his minutes to starting level minutes?
I'm curious to see what Mike Gansey thinks about that himself, but
yeah.
And really what Nick Nurse thinks about it, because that's the more important one. But I would imagine with this contract and with them letting Oubre go, unless we see, look, they have like a little bit of wiggle room to do more stuff, but unless they bring in a wing, another wing that's kind of in the same category as Wade, I think he is going to see an uptick. Like, I think he is going to be more of a 30-minute a night guy. But we'll see. I don't know how that's going to happen. I don't really understand the situation in Cleveland about, whether or not, he could have played more minutes, whether he should have played more minutes. And they had more, like, quite frankly, they just had more options than the Sixers at those positions. But yeah, I would imagine, again, with the urgency they signed them, right? Like right after free agency started, getting that 4 years partial guarantee in the fourth for that money, I think they're viewing him as a starter, as a guy who's going to play big minutes.
This is the, I don't know if you remember quite, I don't know what age range you're in, Paul, but when the Sixers signed Scott Williams from the Bulls, and you were like, he only played 16 minutes there, but here, he's going to be a double-double machine, and he was not very good.
He was not that. Heck of a nice guy, though. I interviewed him a few years back.
Yeah, no, he was great. It just, you're hoping this doesn't turn into that. Like, hey, look at his PER, and if that goes up, he can really, because as you mentioned, not a high-volume shooter, certainly not a high-volume scorer. Somebody asked me about it before. I said, well, if you look at his numbers, he averages about 6 points a game, which means he hits about 2 threes. And If he does that for you, they just better be in big moments. Like, you're hoping that they become one that he hits and that makes the defender have to step out on him a little bit more.
Yeah, and look, it's not all sunshines and rainbows. Like, that was the knock on him, right? Is like in the playoffs for Cleveland, people thought he didn't shoot it enough. People thought he was a little indecisive to shoot, and that led to some bad offensive moments for the Cavaliers. So does Mike Gansey have a vision for Dean Wade here to maybe do a little bit more, maybe empower him more? Does Nick Nurse see it that way? I don't know. But I even if he winds up being 25 to 30 minutes a night, I still think that's a pretty darn good player. Yeah. And I'm curious to see what exactly the role looks like and what they all look like together. But I think just like, again, from a fit standpoint, he's a fantastic fit with the other four guys.
All right. The other guy is Hakporti, who another interesting situation. There's a lot of peels of the onion on this question. He was a third center. He plays about 10 minutes. Is he a backup center here? Does he the guy that gets the starts when Embiid doesn't play? Does Drummond, can he come back? Do you bring Bona back? I think he's got a non-guaranteed. You can give an expository more on his situation, but is Hakporti here to be the backup to Embiid and then start when Embiid doesn't play? Does he have the same role that he had in New York? This one it makes some sense, but there's still a lot of splaining to do.
Yeah, I view it as like an open competition as we sit here right now, where Hakporti and Bona are going to compete to be Joel Embiid's primary backup, and then when Joel Embiid does not play, they'll both play, right? It's interesting. Like we all have to be realistic about Hakporti. Like none of us really know. He didn't play much, so
right.
Like he was on but like he didn't play because he's behind Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson. It's not like he didn't play because, oh, this guy stinks, he's a third center. Like, no, like he had legitimately two very good players in front of him. What I view him as a slight upgrade over Bona because he's a little bigger. He's a legit 7 foot. He's a much better rebounder than Bona. And he's got better hands than Bona. So I think going in, I would have him slightly ahead of Adem Bona where we sit today. Now,
what's Bona's contract situation?
Yeah. So with Bona, his contract is non-guaranteed until after the moratorium. So July 6th is when his contract becomes guaranteed. So I don't know any. This is not insider information. It's just me putting out possibilities. They could trade him. And just, I don't know, for something, maybe if someone has interest in him as just a young big, or if they just let him walk, there's no dead cap hit. So you're just freeing up a little bit of money and you're freeing up a roster spot. They also have, by the way, too, I mean, Dalen Terry's on a non-guaranteed deal, and Jabari Walker's is only guaranteed for like $250K. So I say all that to say, like, they do have maneuverability to maybe do more things. Again, getting a little close to the first apron, which they are hard capped at right now. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they do move on from Bona and they sign a more veteran guy. I say veteran and people freak out and they think oh yeah, you would have signed Andre Drummond, 33 years old, and he's what? No, like, you can be a veteran and be under the age of 30. Like a guy like Nick Richards is one that's always stood out to me. Just a solid big, nothing flashy. He's going to set screens. He's going to roll. He's going to rebound. He's going to protect the paint. Like, just someone like that who the floor is pretty high. Because I think Hawkporty, they're viewing him as maybe a guy they believe has some potential. And I would say, too, the last thing I'll say about it is, like, a guy like Ganji, who comes from a background of scouting, of leading a draft room, I'm sure he watched Hawkporty a lot for the Cavaliers before that draft. So he probably had him kind of in the back of his mind at some point saying, like, hey, if this guy ever becomes available, this is a guy I'd like. And then actually the last thing I'll add, they gave him a little bit more than the minimum, which suggests to me they were not the only team that was interested in this guy on a minimum contract, including the Knicks. I imagine the Knicks would not have minded bringing him back on a minimum
they lose
contract
Mitchell Robinson
to replace Mitchell Robinson. Exactly. Yeah. So this was a guy who other teams wanted, or otherwise the Sixers would not have had to go slightly above the minimum to get him.
So, and by the way, the Oubre gets a what? 2 years, $17 million. Should Philadelphia have been interested at that number?
Yeah, I mean, for sure they should have been interested, but like I think there's a couple schools of thought. The one I said off the top where I think Oubre might start in Indiana, and I think that's something he might value. Okay. Whereas here, pretty clear, Dean Wade was signed to be the fifth starter. I also wonder, too, when you look at Grimes going, when you look at Oubre going, when you look at Drummond going and Hawkporty being here, like maybe Ganzi saw this bench, which we all know wasn't good enough, right? Like, we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
He saw it and said, we got to overhaul this thing. Like, we have these four guys in place. They're there. We need to overhaul because, like, these guys were not good enough. We need to change things up. We need to find better fitting players, however you want to frame it. So I do wonder if part of it too with Oubre is just, let's move on. Let's get a fresh start. Let's get a different player in here that we believe might fit better.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I had said in the first hour. Was it almost feels like they were like, look, we know what we are with Oubre and Grimes. We just need a different look here. And Filion, Wade and Hawkporty replaced the three, the two guys that are out the door, and we'll see what has the backup center. So where are they now? Can they still get a rotational player, or is the rotation in your mind here?
No, they could still for sure get another rotation player. And to me, like, you should probably be looking at a wing. Because they still have part of the mid-level exception that they did not use on Wade and did not use on Hawkporty. They do have the biannual exception as well that is they're able to access at $5.5 million. So they have avenues. It just depends how tight they want to get up to that to the first apron, which they are hard capped on since they used the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. These are so many words. But yeah, I mean, they have one guy that I really like that could be out there is like Kendrick Williams from Oklahoma City. Versatile kind of combo forward. His nickname is Kenny Hustle. He plays hard, does the dirty work, can hit an open shot. So like some guy like that would not be the worst flyer to me. And at some point they're going to need another guard, not anybody like, I thought maybe DeAnthony Melton would have been an option, like a fourth guard who's just, you can bring in on the minimum and he can just handle the ball, do some stuff. And you only really need him when, if Philon's struggling or if one of the other guys are hurt. But again, to me, Mike, I would still, if I were them, I would still be looking to add a veteran big of some kind, but I'm not sure if that's the case for them right now.
Yeah, because, you got Maxey, Edgecombe, Wade, George, Embiid. That sounds like your five. Embiid is probably, let me ask you this. He says the knee problems are behind me. Fine, I'll take you at your word. what does that mean? What's the ceiling there? 55, 60 games, or is that aggressive?
This is an impossible task, Mike.
Well, I asked the question
yeah.
because you would know. I mean, the knees have been what have kept him from being a consistent player.
Yeah.
If those are behind him, now he's had other freak things that have happened, but if the knees aren't in question here, am I supposed to say, okay, you're playing, you're good to go, you're out there? There's no I don't know, can you have another appendix removal? Can you get another broken face? Can you get Bell's? I know you can get Bell's palsy again. So outside of anything freak, if these knees are not an issue, do the Sixers say, we're not getting rid of this guy, he's going to play 60 games and be fine?
Yeah, well, I mean, and you and I have discussed this before. The big thing with Joel is he's too good to give away. He's certainly too good to attach an asset to move on from. But of course, and for other teams, he's too big of a red flag to want to give assets for. So they are kind of stuck with him, but stuck with him in the sense that, like, he's still a good player when he's healthy. The biggest if of all ifs, if he's healthy. But yeah, I look at the knees are right. I thought to close the season, I mean, we saw it against Boston. Like, they don't come back from 3-1 without Joel Embiid coming back and resembling Joel Embiid. And like the injuries he suffered then were from the appendix. Like, he had a hip issue and a leg issue because he didn't have the strength, because his stomach muscles were cut open and he just didn't have the opportunity to kind of strengthen everything back up. So that's what's bound to happen. And like you said, then he's got appendicitis. Before that, it was the lat strain, right? Or whatever, not lat, I can't remember what it was, but it was freaky stuff.
So yeah, he got kicked in the lat against the Heat.
Right, exactly. So like I thought in general, he was moving pretty well. His knees looked pretty good to close the end of the season. So if you're telling me that guy with no freak injuries is around, yeah, then like they're going to be a much more interesting team than people realize if that's the case. And then Paul George too, Mike. I mean, Paul George is not coming off of surgery finally. There's a chance he could look a little bit fresher and a little bit better too. But these are all big ifs, huge, huge, huge ifs.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. Would Paul Hudrick bring back Ben Simmons?
So I would, because I think it would be hilarious, and I just would love to see everyone melt down over it. So from that perspective,
on the veterans minimum, like, you could do a lot worse, right?
Yeah. No, look, if Mike Yancey decides he wants to take a swing and sign Ben Simmons to a minimum deal, and him and Joel Embiid are good, and they're fine, and they're getting along, like, whatever. Because
are Joel Embiid and Ben good and Maxey?
I mean, him and Maxey are
Joel and Ben
fine.
good. Yeah,
but Joel and Ben, that's a question that only they can answer. They definitely weren't good when the trade first happened, but
you could do a lot worse than having a 6'10" guy that rebounds, starts the break, and defends. I mean, for a veterans minimum.
Well,
I mean,
if he can do those things with his back,
to me, it's like, what else are you going to get legitimately? You take the biggest swing you can at the veterans minimum.
Well, for sure. So, like, yeah, like if it's a matter of, hey, we want to sign Ben Simmons, we have to release Dalen Terry, then okay, then release Dalen Terry. Like,
exactly.
From that standpoint, sure. But yeah, I would. The only thing I would say with Gansey is he made it very clear in his opening press conference. He wants guys that want to be here, that want to play hard, that want to be part of a team. Is that Ben Simmons?
I don't know. That article was almost like half satiric.
Yeah.
So I want to. I mean, what is some of the things he said were just, hey, maybe I'll go back to Philly. And it's Miami, not because I really like Miami. It's because I love the culture. Like, since when are you a culture guy?
No, I agree, Mike. That's why, to me, like, I don't think it happens. I don't know that he's going to sign anywhere, to be honest with you. But, like, I would say here, if he does it, they're going to be, I would imagine they're going to be real careful with that.
All right, Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. Check him out. Check out the Liberty Ballers coverage of the Sixers offseason at Paul Hudrick on the X platform. And he joined us right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Take care.
Paul Hudrick, as always, here breaking it down for us. Ben Simmons, in or out on that? We had a lot of good discussion on that one the other day. Let us know on the White Horse RV text board. When we come back, the big matchup of the night for sure. Zack Wheeler against Paul Skenes. We're going to break that down. Plus, the brilliance of Christopher Sanchez. We got Phillies Fastball coming up next right here on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, watch the show live right now on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Schmidt say about the current group of Phillies? Jeff Kerr talked to him. We'll ask him coming up in just a moment here on Phillies Fastball, brought to you by Ventnor Social. It's the go-to place for every Phillies game. 20 big screen TVs. Enjoy great food and drink specials. And the Sports Bash will be live July 29th at Ventnor Social. We have a great trip we're giving away, but you got to be present to win that day. Just show up, Ventnor Social, July 29th, and you can win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. All right, dominating performance last night for Christopher Sanchez. We're going to get into that and more. Great pitching matchup tonight, boys. Oscar, Jeff, welcome back. Another edition of Phillies Fastball, the fastest Phillies conversation on the radio each and every day, giving you all the insight you need on the Fighting Phils. Let's start there, Oscar. Christopher Sanchez, an ERA under 1 at home. Why the home road splits? Why is he so good at home?
I told you last night I told you yesterday that it was a guarantee that the guy was going to be shining. I mean,
you did.
Look,
you said it was as a guarantee as Nola giving up a homer.
Yeah. And it worked. It worked. Look, Christopher, since he came into the Phils, I mean, his ERA at home is just incredible. I mean, this guy, his ERA right now at home is below 1. And he's almost as guaranteed. Him and Wheeler at home is almost as guaranteed as a win. I mean, the same thing tonight, even though I know he's going against Skenes, but I mean, Wheeler, there's a magic. To me, the combination of Christopher Sanchez and Zack Wheeler is the best 1-2 punch in baseball. Between both of them, listen to this. They're 18-4 in over 190 innings. 18-4. I mean, if that is not a Cy Young, I mean, I don't know what that is. It's incredible what those two guys have done. And to me, going into the postseason with that 1-2 punch is going to be lethal against anyone that faces us.
It's really crazy when you think about it, Jeff. Last night, 7 innings. This is the number to me, though. He's got 10 wins. He has a chance to win 20 games, which is almost unheard of in today's baseball world.
It really is. And look, I was in Reading last night watching Gage Wood pitch and Mike Smith, all that. But I had the game on, on the separate monitor. But, I mean, look, what Christopher Sanchez is doing, leading all baseball in innings pitched, tied for the lead in complete games. His K to walk ratio is first in baseball. Like, I'm just impressed at what this guy does every single time he takes the mound. And like what Oscar said, he has a .86 ERA at home. And I got to listen in yesterday, Oscar. By the way, I agree with everything you said. But what I'm amazed.
It's a guarantee, man. It's a guarantee. He's a guarantee at home.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? The next time he's going to pitch, hopefully he starts the All-Star game. I'd like to see him or Zack Wheeler do it. But, man, it's like what Christopher Sanchez said last night. Just another thing to check off if he's able to do it.
Yep.
Well, and it comes on a night where, the night before you have a 5-0 lead and everybody's talking about what to do with Aaron Nola. And then he just pushes that conversation aside and says, hey, look at this. And now you have Wheeler going tonight. And all of a sudden it's like, look, you're not going to sweep every series. So if you lose that first one and you have Sanchez and Wheeler to clean up the mess, now it's a 4-game set, by the way. But
I'm really high on this team. The fact that you got 2 guys in the top 10 in OPS, Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper. By the way, the Phillies are the only team in baseball that have 2 guys in the top 10 OPS. Yeah. And 2, Christopher Sanchez and Zack Wheeler. Those 4 guys can literally carry you to a championship.
And I have good news, guys. I have good news. Trey Turner is back. Trey Turner is back.
He is back.
Boy.
Yeah, right now
is
he's
that
back.
a proclamation right here on Phillies Fastball that Trey Turner is officially back?
Mike, whose contract you getting rid of, by the way? Is it Turner or Nola?
I'm conflicted now because Nola's is really bad, but 7 years of Turner, I think, is probably worse, even though Turner more productive than Nola will be.
I do have to laugh because a couple of friends on another radio station, I won't name it, but this is how kind of bad the Turner contract is when you don't know when it actually ends the year.
Yeah.
I'm like,
and he turned 33 years old yesterday.
Yes, yesterday.
That's but over the last 13 games, he's hitting 345 with a 906 OPS. He scores 16 runs. He's driven in 7. I mean, it seems to me like he's still he's still not getting on base, be a base on balls as much as I want. 2 bases on balls and 13 strikeouts. For a leadoff hitter, you need somebody that can get on base on a constant basis.
That's where the Nola thing to me is wild. He's only 33. We're acting like he's a 36-year-old guy and is like running out of gas. He's running out of gas at 33 years old. That's no good.
You haven't seen the cane yet? You haven't seen the cane? Just walking.
I think he's an old 33 just because of all the innings he's pitched in college and in the pros. That might be taking his toll on him. Like, it's weird to me because Trey Turner, I still feel like you could get a couple good years of baseball left in him. I really don't know about Aaron Nola.
I don't know. Look, to be honest with you, they're both frustrating. I feel more frustrated about Turner. Turner was expected to come here and for a decade be a guy that could transform this team with his speed, his ability to go in and create runs and using his ability. He's a great athletic ability. And I mean, he's been a huge disappointment so far.
With the win last night, guys, the Phillies finished the month of June at 18-9. Only the Marlins have a better record. It's just a 3-team race in the National League East.
And the Phillies beat the Marlins 2-3. That was huge, by the way. I think we understated that series at the time. I mean, Oscar and I knew the Marlins were playing good baseball. You knew the Marlins were playing good baseball, Mike, but it just didn't feel like a big series until
not this good at baseball. Not this good at baseball.
But they didn't have their best outside of Alcantara. The other 2 guys that pitch were like secondary pitches. I mean, we didn't get Eric Sanchez. We didn't get the Myers kid, which is pitching tonight, by the way. That he's lights out right now. I think he's like 8-0 with he hasn't been beaten in 17 straight starts. I mean, the guy's pitching lights out completely.
Oscar, you follow the Marlins pretty closely. Is it far-fetched to say the Marlins are going to be a playoff team?
Not yet. I don't think so. I think they'll falter at some point. I don't believe they have the hitting. They do have good pitching. I just don't think they have enough of a punch to me to make it to the postseason. One thing that could be a surprise.
It's not far-fetched because the
league is
down. But I agree with you. Do they have the staying power? It's a long way to go to the finish line here.
I mean, we're half a season right now. We have half a season to go. There's one team that have not played well all season that I absolutely love their talent, and it's the Cincinnati Reds.
I'm with you.
Yeah. I mean, Burns, Lodolo. I mean, Hunter Green is coming back. That team has, and they have not. Their closer has been out. Pagan has been out all season. That team and De La Cruz was hurt. I mean, that team has the ability to be able to have a tremendous second half.
They were a playoff team from a year ago, too, so it's not far-fetched to think that they could get back in the mix here. Phillies Fastball here on the Sports Batch. It's Wheeler and Skenes tonight. What did the Phillies do against Skenes the last time that they were able to hit him
5
around?
runs? Look, they waited on the fastball. I thought they were very patient at the plate when they faced Paul Skenes, and I think they got to do that again, but I'm curious to see how Paul Skenes rebounds against them.
Yeah, that will be. I mean, it's a match. I mean, Skenes, he's going to come out all out because he wants to prove he's a better pitcher after what he did last time, allowing 5 runs. So I think he's going to bring it today. It's going to be fun. I love it. I mean, those are the teams. I love pitching. I mean, and when I see a Skenes versus a Wheeler pitch, it's like a matchup of 2 heavyweights going at it, and they're both capable of winning.
Speaking of pitching, guys, did you see the news that Ohtani won't be available to pitch the All-Star game? That's what it's leaning toward.
Yeah, I saw the news. I mean, look, Ohtani, the cane is going to come out soon after everything that he's doing. I mean, it's look, the guy he's Superman, right? I mean, he can do everything. Remember what's happened to him over the last 2 or 3 years? He had injury to the elbow, to his shoulder. I mean, look, I don't know how much he's going to hold it. I do believe because he's a DH and they're going to try to – he's going to be a hitter for a long time. I'm not sure the pitching part is going to come. I believe this year he wanted to win the Cy Young, but he's just not going to have the innings. I mean, and that's a reality.
And look, you can't take this away from Mizorowski, Sanchez, or Wheeler right now. You just can't.
Well, if you're trying to appease the fans here, and this is what this game is for, you start Wheeler because of the story of him having the surgery, and you can tell that story to start the game. You follow him up with Christopher Sanchez, and then you have Duran close the game out. So you have those 3 guys. Marshall start in the outfield, it looks like. the problem is you can't squeeze Schwarber into this starting lineup because of Ohtani right now. So Ohtani's going to get booed unmercifully.
Schwarber is coming at the end to win the home run derby, so to win it like he did last year.
Hopefully. By the way, Geoff, I'm still working on trying to find how I apply for the home run derby to try to get you there. I'm doing a little. I can't find it on the thing there. We're trying to get Jeff Kerr at the to cover the home run derby for us here.
Jeff is pitching to you
website today.
Jeff will be pitching to you in the home run derby. Yeah. That will be fun. I can't wait.
We'll do it on the beach down here.
I'll throw some meatballs. You know what's funny? I was a decent baseball player. I could not pitch to save my life. My pitching career literally lasted like 2 batters.
Well,
and my dad and I said to my dad, I never asked to be taken out of anything. My dad tried me in fall ball. I said, Dad, get me out of here.
Well, at this point, I'm more of an Aaron Nola. I was Aaron Nola, the good Aaron Nola, and now I'm the bad Aaron Nola. Guys, Geoff, you got a chance to talk to Mike Schmidt, the all-time greatest third baseman in the history of Major League Baseball. What does he think about the current Philadelphia Phillies? Because Schmidt's a guy who has seen this incarnation. He was doing those Sunday broadcasts for the last couple of years.
I'll tell you what, he's really optimistic about this team, and he really likes the star power. He's like, look, Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, they can lead a team. He said, you can't question their work. He said, it's got to be the supplementary guys, right? What we talk about. And he said, Alec Boehm kind of turning his season around was big. Bryson Stott, he's fine with Bryson Stott being what he is right now. Like he said, that's good enough. He said, they do need a bat. He said, they need to tinker a little bit with the lineup, but he said, look.
He's a good right-handed bat. Could he still hit?
No, I don't think so. He's 76 years old. So, but look, I'll say this with Michael Jack. He's looking pretty good for a guy who's battled stage 3 melanoma. I mean, he said he opened up about his health issues a lot too. His memory gets fuzzy, especially after he was having his chemo and stuff. But overall, here's a fun little tidbit. I asked him about his relationship with Don Mattingly because they were in All-Star games together, right? Mm-hmm. They never talked at All-Star games. Oh. They really didn't formally meet till last week.
Wow, that's a crazy part of it.
Isn't that great? Yeah, I'm writing a story on that. And you know how what got the conversation going? Franklin baseball gloves. Because Mike Schmidt was the Franklin guy, and Don Mattingly wore Franklin baseball gloves and still does. So I got to ask Don about that. But, Mike Schmidt said, look, he's the right guy for the job. You could tell he's done an unbelievable job. By the way.
He's done an unbelievable job.
He said, just from the conversation, he said, look, the players love him. He's like, I can tell you right now, the players love him.
Yeah, no, I think Mattingly, it's funny because you talked about the Franklin gloves. When you would have a glove as a kid, it would have a player's names autographed in there. Do they still do that? I had a Mike Schmidt, a Steve Carlton, Roger Clemens, you would have the player's name autographed inside the mitt. Do kids' gloves have that anymore?
I don't know what the kids are. I know when I was a kid, they had it because they had a lot of the stars of that era, like Ken Griffey Jr.
Sure.
I remember I had an Albert Bell one because I played the outfield. I wasn't an Albert Bell fan. Oscar was, but
yeah, Rolling. I was a Rolling guy, to be honest with you.
You were a Rollins guy. Yeah, I had a Franklin. So.
Well, Rollins club, you had I remember I had a Roger Clemens, a Steve Carlton, but yeah, the names were inside the gloves there. But that's a pretty wild thing that Schmidt and Mattingly never really crossed paths.
That's crazy. That is crazy, to be honest.
Yeah. And you know what? It was funny when I answered the question. I'm like, yeah, you guys talked at All-Star games before, right? He said, no, we didn't. Actually, we kind of formally met last week, like we do of each other, and it's kind of nuts, right? That the AL. Yeah. A rivalry must have really been a thing back in the 70s and 80s.
He's a great ambassador of the team. That's one thing Mike has been over the years. He's a class act and a great ambassador and a great Philly.
All right, boys, tonight's game, it should be a great pitching matchup. The Phillies did beat up on Skenes the last time. Can you do that twice in the same season? Beat up on Skenes twice. If anything, it should be an exciting watch to see those two guys, and you get it at Citizens Bank Park. We're going to recap tomorrow. Now, tomorrow we got afternoon live baseball. We're going to be in Wildwood at Yuri's. So we will be doing a Phillies fastball post game tomorrow
That's fine with me,
after
yeah.
the Phillies.
More
and-
ice cream, Mike? More ice cream there, or what's going on here?
No ice cream. We're doing. We're going to be right on the water there, right on the waterfront, because
Oh,
it's
man.
going to be hot tomorrow.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Another thing, and I kind of dropped it on Twitter last night, but Schmidt said he's throwing out the first pitch at the All-Star game, but he said there's going to be a couple other people. I know, but I can't say.
All right.
Sure.
it's
That's
Schmidt.
beautiful.
Pick
You
it up.
just think of great Phillies, and you'll probably figure it out.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that, and we'll have everything for you tomorrow right here on Phillies Fastball. Get all the coverage at Jeff Kerr, PHL, Oscar Budajin as well, and, of course, right here tomorrow on Phillies Fastball on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, guys.
Go Phils.
All right, the Sports Bash tomorrow. We are at Yuri's in Wildwood. We're going to be back in Wildwood next Friday at Pig Dog. Yep, we'll be at Pig Dog in Wildwood next Friday. We'll give you the details. ESPN. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, a trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907, online broadleys.net. And don't forget, it is going to be hot tomorrow. So get your air conditioner checked out and fixed. More Sports Bash on the way. Don't go away. I'm Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 352, the Phillies lineup dropping moments ago. It's brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's, coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. This is your chance to win a $100 gift card to Villa Rafici's by texting your name and where you're from. And if the Phillies scored exactly 13 runs in the game tonight, we'll randomly select one winner who will win a $100 gift card. If the Phillies do not score 13 runs, on Friday, we'll randomly select one of the text messengers from the show this week, and you will win a $25 gift card to Villa Raffici. So you root for 13 runs. That gives you $100. If not, you're still entered for a chance at $25. Thanks to Chachi's 13th floor at Raffici's. Here we go. We got Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Realmuto, Rincones, and Justin Crawford. Zack Wheeler gets the start tonight for the Phillies. And that is your Phillies lineup, brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's, coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. Yes, if somebody can get that $100 gift card, make sure you bring me, because I want to go to Chachi's 13th floor. I've been up there before, and it is going to be a great spot, especially for the football season, fantasy football draft. If you're a team, if you want to bring your team out there, maybe you're a baseball team or a summer basketball team or a high school football team or any sport, and you want to have a team outing or dinner or night out, make sure you call our guys over at Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's, coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. I'm Mike Hill. This is the Sports Bash. Next hour, we have a Summer Eagle mailbag edition with Geoff Mosher for Football at 4. And I got a lot of your text messages. Joe, Marcus, Dave, Brian, Kevin, Chris, Mike, Tom, Thomas Somers Point. Is that what that says? Greg, Dan, you guys. I got all your messages for Mosher coming up next. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Geoff Mosher is here today for a Football at 4 summer mailbag. And we got more questions today than we've had any other time for Mosher today. I love it. We've got a ton of questions today. We're less than a month to training camp. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Geoff Mosher is here, and the summer mailbag continues with a ton of great questions today for Geoff Mosher, who joins us now on today's Football at 4. Mosher, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? I hear it's pretty hot up there. Is that the case?
It's hot where?
Where you guys are in Jersey. I'm still down in Myrtle Beach.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't realize you were down in. I'm like, you're here where we are. It's roasted here. Yeah, it's actually not so bad today. Tomorrow will make today feel like a winter day.
Oh, great. Well, I mean, it's been that hot here, so I guess we'll just be coming back to it.
Now, when you flew to Myrtle Beach today, did you use? Not today. Did you use one of the new? Do you use one of the new ACY transportations there? They fly direct to Myrtle Beach now.
Nah, we drove. It's a softball tournament. We're here for nationals, so we couldn't get all that stuff on an airplane.
All right. Well, next time use Allegiant. They fly direct to Myrtle Beach, and they don't pay me or anything. It's a very convenient way to get down there. Mosher, we're getting more and more questions for the mailbag. People are loving the summer mailbag here with all the stuff here. So let's get into some here because I know you're a little short on time today. Let's go to Joe up in Toms River. He wants to know, does Geoff, do you think that Devontae Smith is ready to be a number 1A wide receiver in the league?
So that's a great question because I think the obvious answer is yes, but I just want to make sure that Joe, you said from Toms River?
Joe and Toms River.
All right, the home of the Leiter family, Mark and Al, right? I think that's the Leiters are from Toms River.
A lot of good little league players from there, yes.
Yeah, yes, for sure. Fraser, all that. It depends on your definition of the 1A. I mean, I think that every team has a number 1 wide receiver, but that wide receiver may not be an elite guy. And then there's, to me, the cream of the crop, the Jamar Chases, the Justin Jeffersons, right? Obviously, to me, Devontae Smith is a very good receiver who will be a very good number 1 wide receiver for the Philadelphia Eagles now that he has that opportunity. Do I think we're going to talk about him the way we talk about Chase, Jefferson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba? I'm not totally sure of that. I think he's got an opportunity to prove it. He'll get in the ball a lot. He does some really special things that separate him from other guys you could put in the top 10 or 12. You know, his contested catchability is incredible. His hands, his route running. He doesn't have elite speed. But, I mean, I think if you want to build a top 5 or top 6 and then put him right outside, I think that would be pretty fair. And I think he'll get an opportunity to maybe prove that he could be even better than what we're saying. But he's certainly in the upper crust of wide receivers in the NFL.
All right. Marcus from Vineland chimes in. He wants to know, it's pretty weird not having Jeff Stoutland coaching the offensive line anymore. How big of an impact will that actually be? Is that being under-discussed?
Maybe from a development standpoint and a scheme standpoint. I think Chris Cooper is very familiar with the blocking scheme, having played in it and coached in it before, that he's trying to bring to the Eagles. And I think that as long as he communicates how he wants the players to do it and they can be receptive to it, that's not, to me, the biggest concern or issue. The issue, the question mark, you might call it, is his ability to develop talent the way Jeff Stoutland is. I mean, we talk about Jordan Mailata, obviously, as the best example, but there have been others. I mean, guys who've come here and really played well. There's so many more guys who've come here and played well than didn't play well. And so I think that's where Chris Cooper's going to have to, struggle to uphold a legacy of just being able to bring these guys in and have them all play at a really high level.
Let's go to Dave in Cherry Hill. Jalen Hurts' rushing numbers weren't so good last year under Kevin Patullo. Do you think Sean Mannion will ask more from him in the run game in this offense? Thank you, Dave.
It's a great question. I mean, it's not really a staple in other of the West Coast offenses like the Rams or the Packers. I don't think Jordan Love does a whole lot of designed running. You know, Brock Purdy obviously in San Francisco, Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. Does he run? Sure, but I don't know how much of that is designed. I didn't really watch a ton of Jacksonville last year. Obviously, Hurts is different because he can run, but you know, if you go to Baltimore, look at their offense under Munkin, who is not the same, but Lamar runs a lot, but less now than he did earlier in his career. And I think that's a natural evolution for quarterbacks to run less than they did earlier in their career. I think it was more Jalen Hurts' decision last year not to run than it was not built into the offense, because a lot of his runs are freelance runs anyway. And the league put on to the RPO concept quite a while ago. So you don't see as many design runs off RPOs as you used to. So the question of that is what's in Jalen Hurts' head. And to me, it seems just based on watching the last few years that he'd rather not run as much as he used to.
All right, I like this question from Brian in Egg Harbor Township. He wants to know, how complex is Vic Fangio going to get with Cooper DeJean's versatility this season?
Well, I mean, he's going to use him as safety. He's going to, in certain situations, and he's going to slide him into nickelback when they're in nickel. I think without Nakobe Dean, who was so good at being that fourth rusher in a sim pressure, which is when you have a linebacker or a defensive back blitz, but you have a defensive lineman drop, so it's still just a four-man rush. Nakobe was the fourth guy in there. He was so good at it. Without him in there, it could either be Jihad Campbell or it could be Cooper DeJean from the nickel position. That's what I'm really looking forward to seeing is, does Vic use him in that way? Because we already know he's going to play two different positions in the secondary.
I like this question too. Kevin from Deptford tunes in. You can tell that people are down the shore here. We're getting some Deptfords, we're getting some Cherry Hills. Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards down to 1,100 yards. Are the Eagles going to lean heavily on Saquon? They have some interesting names behind him in camp.
That's a great question. We talk about that a lot on Inside the Birds. I mean, they certainly have a pretty decent stable of backups because they have a guy like Tank Bigsby. And of course, they drafted Will Shipley, and I think there's an opportunity to get them the ball more, but they had that opportunity last year, even with, the run game struggling, and decided not to do it. So until I see it, so I see that they're actually going to give the ball and spread it around a little more, which I think they can do. Last year, Bijan Robinson had an unbelievable year and an unbelievable number of touches. And I think his backup, Tyler Algier, still had about 8 touches per game, whereas Bigsby averaged about 4. So I would love to see a little bit more diverse usage of running backs in the run game.
Yeah. By the way, he did mention Damian Pierce, Elijah Mitchell as two guys that are on the roster.
I don't think they're going to make the team, though. Yeah. I mean,
Pierce
they're going to have to go heavy at other areas.
Let's go to Christian Ocean City, who's become a pretty frequent Football at 4 mailbag texter. Thank you, Chris. He wants to know, is Eli Stowers going to have a bigger role at tight end, or will Grant Calcaterra beat him out for the number 2 spot?
Well, first of all, they can both make the team. And I think that's more down and distance and package that you're running. I mean, you're going to have times where you're running when you're wide zone.
I don't know that he's asking if one guy's going to get cut over the other, just who gets more playing time, I guess, or has a bigger role in the offense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just depends on Eli Stowers and his development. He's such an explosive player that he should catch the ball more fluidly and just as nicely as Grant Calcaterra, but probably give you a little bit more athleticism at that position. But he's got to learn to block, and Grant Calcaterra cannot block very well. So I would think if Stowers could accelerate his pace of learning how to block, he could get in there over Calcaterra very easily. And I do think it's going to be difficult for Calcaterra to make the team. I mean, Adam and I have done our 53-man roster projection podcast series this week. We did offense that came out today, and both of us had only 3 tight ends making it because they have to go heavier at quarterback, heavier on offensive line. And I think the 3, we both had the same 2, right? It was Dallas Goedert and Eli Stowers, but his third was, I believe it was Calcaterra, or no, his third was Munt, and mine was Latu. So actually, neither of us had Calcaterra making the team.
All right, so no Calcaterra for you and Adam, and of course we'll see what Eli Stowers brings. Second-round pick there. This one's an interesting question from Mike in Hamilton. He wants to know, Geoff, what is your Nick Sirianni hot seat meter?
I guess I need to understand that more. Like, what does their record have to be?
I guess
at
do
the
you
end of the
have
year?
him? Do you have him on high alert? Are you saying he's not high on the hot seat, or what?
He's on the hot seat for sure. I mean, they need to make the playoffs. Probably need to win a playoff game. Offense, I think, definitely needs to be better, especially the passing offense. Even though that's under Sean Mannion's control. I mean, he is the head coach, and somebody would have to pay the price if things don't go well there. But so yes, he's on the hot seat. Do I think he's getting fired if they start off 2-4? No. I think he gets the season, but it's got to be a productive season and a good season that meets Jeffrey Lurie's standards.
Well, I would interject with this back to you is that if the offense struggles again, do you have to get another coordinator, or does he get a second opportunity? I mean, you can't keep firing the coordinator. So that is a whole cloudy situation there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict the future, but I agree with what you're saying is, I mean, if things go south, I think it's more of a house cleaning and, you know, and people have asked me, like, what happens if the Eagles, if Sean Mannion's really good, but they're unhappy with Nick Sirianni? Does he get fired and Mannion gets to keep the job? I mean, it's just hard. If we all agree that the defense should be very good and pretty top level, then if Sean Mannion succeeds, the Eagles should be good, and we shouldn't be having that discussion because the defense is already going to be very good. And if you're telling me the offense is going to be really good, then why would the Eagles not be a good team? It doesn't compute in my head that the offense will be really good, but then the Eagles will be somehow moving on from Nick Sirianni unless he did something so catastrophically bad that he had to get fired.
Well, you could have a situation like last year where you won the division and won a lot of games, but still the offense was a mess.
It was a mess, but then I'm saying the whole house would get fired. Then Sean Mannion would also be gone.
At that point, Geoff, do you have Jalen work with another coordinator? That's the wild part about the whole thing.
Mike, I mean, we're talking doomsday scenario here, right? We're talking about the Eagles stink and don't make the playoffs and changes have to be made. Then he's going to. That's the reality of the situation. If this whole operation doesn't work, the reset button will have to be pushed. So, and you know, when we talked about the contract and what it means, but again, like there's no scenario where the offense looks good, Jalen Hurts looks really good, and then the team is bad unless the defense stinks. And I don't think anybody can see that happening.
I agree with that one. Tom from Summers Point. Now, Tom from Summers Point, I don't know if this is the Tom in Summers Point who was a frequent caller and texter, or if this is a different Tom in Summers Point, but does Jeff Mosher think that Roseman will make another veteran move before camp starts? And if so, at what spot?
I don't think before camp starts. I won't rule it out. I suppose it's possible, you know, maybe upgrading the safety position, still bringing in a veteran there, even though they're going to play the Gene there in base situations. And then for nickel, he's going to move there and they'll have Epps, or they'll have a kid that they like in Michael Carter. Maybe there's someone who's still on the market who they say, this guy should at least come in and compete for a job. But it's not going to be something earth-shattering. It's not going to be like a trade where you're giving up a second or a third round pick to get a player. I mean, the Max Crosby thing, maybe that's what Tom is getting at. Sure, that's going to hang in the balance until the start of the year. But again, I don't see Crosby going unless it's like one of those deals where the Eagles are giving up multiple high first-round picks, and I don't know that they're going to be doing that.
Well, there we go. If we didn't get to your question today, we have a couple more summer mailbags sessions before training camp starts, so you can keep sending them in on the text board, on social media, or email at Mike Gill Show. Jeff Mosher and the Inside the Birds crew is back with Football at 4 tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash Live. Enjoy Myrtle Beach. I hope you are hitting the beach down there.
We have. It's been fun. Thanks, Mike.
All right, man. Take care. Jeff Mosher, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and, of course, Football at 4 each and every day on the Sports Bash. It is brought to you by our friends at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where you can go check out all the big games, big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Don't forget to check out all the live entertainment, including Matt Rife, July 24th and July 25th, Joey Diaz on August 7th, and Sebastian Maniscalco for 2 sessions in September from the 17th to the 20th, and then again from the 24th to the 27th. You know, Matt Rife on July 24th and July 25th, that is the weekend. A couple days later, the Eagles will be at training camp. So just think of it in that capacity, in that light, if you will. There was a couple more questions. There was the next question that I was going to get to was from Greg in Atlantic City. So we'll try to save this for Mosher when he comes back. But I did like the question. He wants to know if Jalen Carter had a little bit, he said, did Jalen Carter have a slump last year in terms of week-to-week consistency? Is he locked in that he's a big part of their long-term future? It's something we talked about before. Greg, I don't know the answer if Jalen Carter's part of the long-term future. I think that's a great question. Do they look at Jalen Carter as a lock for the long term here? I'm not sure. I think so, but they don't want to pay him the money yet because I think they want to see more. But they got a lot of contracts to sign still. They got a lot of contracts coming down the road, they know. So, Greg in Atlantic City, we'll talk to Andrew tomorrow. We'll do more mailbag questions for Andrew. And then next week, starting with Andrew on next week's show, we'll have our our division previews. We'll start with the AFC East next week with Andrew. We'll talk about the Bills, Jets, Patriots, and Dolphins. And, we do quick little breakdowns of each of the teams in the divisions, our division previews each and every season with Andrew DeCecco on Thursdays. We got the Mosher mailbags on Mondays and Wednesdays. And then, of course, Adam always has his quirky questions. I thought yesterday was a lot of fun. The over-unders for yards and touchdowns for all the skill players. I love that yesterday. Mekhi Lemon, 650. That was probably my favorite. Over-under 650 yards. I'm going Lemon over. Go with the over on Mekhi Lemon on that one. I also like over 4.5 for touchdowns for Dallas Goedert. Sorry, blanked on Goddard for a second because a lot of Flyers news coming in today, which, by the way, going to be talking to Kevin Durst tonight at 5:30. And by the way, some free agent news in the NBA coming down. Tobias Harris, 2 years, $31 more million. Can you just imagine? Here's another $31 million to put in your bank account, right? $31 more million. Tobias Harris. The Spurs. That's the veteran that they brought in to say, we needed some veteran help. Tobias Harris heading to San Antonio. He feels like a good San Antonio player, Tobias Harris. Former Lakers center Jackson Hayes goes to the Jazz, and I bring that up because the Lakers signed Walker Kessler earlier this morning from the Jazz. So the Jazz go and say, you took our guy, we'll take your guy. We'll do some more updates on all the NBA free agency, which has continued to come out throughout the day, including the Sixers signing a pair of guys. One last night, Dean Wade, and one today, Ariel Hakporti from the Knicks. So they have also lost 2 players. One, Kelly Oubre, and the other, Quentin Grimes. Grimes goes to the Lakers, Oubre to the Pacers. NBA free agency shaping up. We'll see what's next on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, it is today's edition of the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw joins me for today's Nick Nuggets. They're next. 425 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Sports Bash is live tomorrow at Yuri's in Wildwood. Stop out and see us tomorrow. Phillies watch party, day game, the Phils against the Pirates. An early game, 12:35. We'll be on from 2 to 6. So Phils 12:35. Hang out, watch the Phils, have a couple cool drinks and some great food at the Sliders Bar, and then hang out with the Sports Bash afterwards. We'll be live tomorrow from 2 to 6 at Yuri's on the waterfront in Wildwood. We'll also be in Wildwood on Friday, July the 10th at Pig Dog, which is going to be a fun day down there. They're having a great event happening at Morey's Pier. It's one of the fastest growing sports in America. More than 250 youth and adult flag football teams will be at the annual Battle at the Beach tournament in Wildwood. Take a break from the sidelines and visit us at Pig Dog Beach Bar, right next to the fields. Try the new Rough Life beer, a collaboration with Mudhead Brewing Company, and check out the Sports Bash Live next Friday, only at Morey's Pier in Wildwood. That'll be fun as well. All right, time for today's Nuggets. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Nick Earnshaw is here with his edition of today's Nick's Nuggets. Nick, man, what's going on, brother? It's a hot day out there. Staying cool. We got to keep everybody cool out there today.
Yeah, you got to keep everybody cool, but you're not cooling down the NBA free agency list out there. I mean, it's just going nuts with Shams Charania dropping a nugget after nugget after nugget. I mean, that guy's screen time must be like 23 and a half hours. I mean, that guy gets no sleep around this time of year. I mean, am I right? Like, could you imagine sitting on your phone that much for that long? Crazy.
I really couldn't. No, I've tried my best to cut down the screen time and cut back on constantly checking for stories and that kind of stuff to the point where, you might miss something by about 20 minutes or a half an hour or 45 minutes. And then you post it and people are like, you're late. I'm like, get a life. I'm like, dude, I'm doing stuff.
Well, yeah, I'll find myself doom scrolling on occasion, I'm
not a doom scroller.
I am. This is how I find out about some of these player podcasts, because I doom scroll too much, and I see a clip from it, and then I start digging, and I go down a rabbit hole, and I start watching the player podcast that you can't stand. So there you go.
I'm not a big doom scroller. I'm not the one. I don't do the video one after another after another. I don't do that.
I do. I'm big. I'm big into the reels, the TikTok. I'll scroll. There's times it's been 2 hours, and I'm like, oh my God. What time is it? I didn't realize I was scrolling for that long. I was just so locked in.
Yeah, I don't do that. I'm not a video scroller. My biggest thing is I'm just constantly I'll check in real quick to be on Twitter, did the news break? Did I miss something? That kind of stuff. I'm not constantly looking at the goofy videos or anything like that.
I have an interesting feed, to say the least. My algorithm, I should say, if I can get it out correctly, is very interesting. It's sports, you got news, you got goofy videos. It's fascinating. It's all over the place. Now, do you have the notifications on for a guy like Shams?
I have no notifications for anything.
I might have to help you out there. Set it up for you.
I'm okay.
You'll get them from me, because I'm usually when big news happens, I send it right to you.
You sent me the text today for Shams. I got that one, all that kind of stuff. So I passed on. I don't have any alerts on my phone for anything.
Listen,
my algorithm is breweries, travel. I always get pictures of people in Egypt, because when I go to these places, I do a lot of research leading up to it. So everything I have for months is people in Egypt at all of the pyramids. So I have a lot of travel stuff, breweries. That's about it.
Yeah, I get a lot of clips from podcasts. That's big. I get news. It's really a lot of highlights and sports edits and things like that. That's my algorithm most of the time. But there you go. My screen time not as big as Shams, and he's dropped a couple of nuggets with the 76ers, and the Sixers have made a couple of moves. Nugget number one here today. and we have to talk about free agency and regarding the 76ers. A lot of moves happening. Out is Quentin Grimes. He goes to the Lakers. Kelly Oubre out. He's gone as well. He is heading to the Indiana Pacers. You bring in Dean Wade from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Guy shot over 40% from three in the corner. He's a great corner three-point shooter. So you get him, play a little defense, the top defenders in basketball last season. Had a little trouble against Jalen Brunson in the Eastern Conference Final, but that's neither here nor there. You also get Ariel Hockporty from the New York Knicks. Mike, when I phrase it this way, I saw our buddy RB kind of phrase it this way on social media. Out is Oubre and Grimes. In is Hockporty and Wade. Does that sound like you got better this offseason?
I looked at it. We had Hudrick on earlier. I kind of framed it as, is Wade better than Oubre? He's probably not a better player than Oubre, but he's a better fit for the Sixers than Oubre. Hockporty, is he better than Drummond? He's probably not a better, I don't mean player, but he's better for the Sixers.
It's weird when you phrase it that way. You lost Oubre and Grimes and probably Drummond, and then you add Hockporty and you add Wade. When you look at it, you're like, I don't know if they got better. That's just my problem if you phrase it that way. Now the fit might be better, and the team could flow a little bit better with Wade on the team as the 4, 3 and D type of guy. That would be great, right? Like that's great. Hockporty, he could be a steal. He could be an absolute steal. He could be nothing. He's not going to work out. Boda could beat him out.
See, what I like about Hockporty is people might not have any idea who this guy is. He was the third center in New York. He's from Germany. He was a soccer player. He's very athletic, rim protector. You know who else was a guy like that and became a pretty big player when he got some more experience? Was Hartenstein, who was a guy who was nobody really heard him, and then he got a little bit of time, then he got more time. Now I'm not saying he's Hartenstein because Hartenstein was just an energizer bunny, but that's what I think Hockporty could be, is the rim protector, energizer bunny. He doesn't rebound as much as, now he only played about 10 minutes a game.
Well, he was hurt his first year. His first year he was hurt. He didn't play barely at all. So he's so young and such a raw talent. You really don't know what he is. You don't know what he is yet. So he's going to get playing time here. I mean, I think that would be the case. He's most likely going to get playing time, especially if he beats out Bona and Gansey likes him better and they want to play him more. Then I think this could be an absolute steal. It could be. You just don't know because he's so young and he's inexperienced. But I mean, Mike Brown would put him in when Cat would go out with foul trouble and Robinson would go out with foul trouble. I mean, he did trust him. He did.
Well, I mean, he trusted him because the other guys had foul problems and he had to. I mean, so he was – the game that he played against the Sixers was the game where they had Karl-Anthony Towns in foul trouble and they got Mitchell Robinson in foul trouble, like bang, bang, and they were almost forced to put him into the game. And if you remember, he played pretty well in that game. He played a game against the Sixers in February. He started that game. And that game against the Sixers in February, he scored 8 points, had a couple of rebounds, he had a block, and he got hurt in that game. But if you remember, when he did play in that game, he played pretty well. In the playoff game, he was okay. I don't have a lot of expectations here. But to go back to your original question is, I don't know if the players are better, but they're probably better fits.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
It's like when you phrase it the way I was phrasing it, I sit there and I'm like, talent-wise, I don't know if they're better, but they might fit better with this particular roster. So I'm with you there. When you plug in a Wade and you plug in a Hockporty, it could possibly gel better, and your lineup's going to be a little bit more.
What it does is, with Oubre not here and Dean Wade here, Wade becomes the 4. Last year, George was the 4, and he was out of place. Now George slides to the Oubre spot, goes back to his more natural 3 position. So now you're a lot longer. You've got Wade and George, 2 really good defenders, and longer, bigger. Oubre, good defender, but I think Wade a little bit longer, probably a better on-ball defender than Oubre was. Oubre, an inconsistent shot. I'm not going to sit here and say that Wade is a better offensive player than Oubre. That's not it. But what he is maybe a more consistent 3-point shooter. Now, what I would like to see from Wade is he averaged 3 threes a night. Can he uptick that to about 6 or 7? Now, we talked about it with Hudrick earlier. He only averaged about 20 minutes a game.
Yep.
What's that number going to be? I don't know. I mean, he's going to play 28 to 30 some minutes a game. That's a big change for him.
And the loss of Oubre, I think it's a bigger loss than people realize, because Oubre could come off the bench, he could start. He may start in Indiana. I mean, that could be the case here. Like, they don't have a lot of wings on this team. I mean, you have Paul George. Wade, you don't have a lot of athleticism at the wing position. It's Justin Edwards. You go from Paul George to Justin Edwards. I don't know. The depth, I just don't see it there. And with the amount of money they have left to spend, with the mid-level exception, et cetera, they have minimums. There's not a ton of guys that are out on the market right now either. They just don't have a lot of wing depth. And you lose Oubre now. He's gone. Yikes. Not a lot of athleticism. What if Paul George goes down,
Well, yeah, obviously Justin Edwards becomes maybe a bigger part of your rotation than he was a year ago. I mean, obviously, I don't know how excited you'd be about that. I'm trying to think, is there some Barlow. Barlow's another one who would be in that mix as well.
Yeah. Not loving that. And then a buddy of mine sent me some of the free agents that are kind of left. Zaire Williams, Amir Coffey, Bruce Brown, Gary Trent, Jalen Pickett, Cam Thomas. I mean, that's kind of the wings you got left on the market here.
We were talking about this. Now, Hudrick does think that they can get another rotational player into the mix, but I don't think that there's a player. None of these players, the ones that they've signed or what's out on the market, are all that exciting.
Yeah, it's just not. And, you'd have to get creative. And we kind of knew that, like, Grimes, I'm glad. $60 million to go to the Lakers. See ya. I'll drive him to the airport. Is he still around? I'll drive him. I'll be his Uber. He doesn't even have to pay. I will pay
$60 million.
It's fine. You got to order an Uber and stuff. I will drive him myself. The wear and tear on the car, the mileage, the gas, I will take care of. He can go to Los Angeles and be out there, because he did not fit on this roster. But you don't have any guards as well after Maxey, Edgecombe, and then Filan. He's a rookie, so you don't know what you're going to get out of him. The depth still really isn't there. And if you're the Sixers, the only way you get creative is if you move off one of the big contracts. I mean, those 2 big contracts in Embiid and George, there's a reason nobody wants those contracts. They are brutal.
Yeah, I that's not even a part of the conversation in my mind at this point.
Nope.
I mean, we did see Tobias Harris just got a deal, 2 years, $31 million. He signs with the Spurs. So you're seeing that there is a possibility that, things keep happening where you're like, someone keeps paying this guy. Now, listen, Tobias Harris is still a decent player in this league, but now he's going to a very good team. That's the veteran player that they're kind of turning to right now. So that was kind of interesting to me. The other thing for the Sixers that I think you got to keep an eye on too. There's a handful of things. Your starting lineup: Maxey, Edgecombe, Wade, George, and Embiid. That's seemingly set. Phillion is your backup guard behind Maxey. So they're your 3 guards. Do they like Dalen Terry? He was a first-round pick, just hasn't really found his way. But could this be the spot where he fits in as that 4th rotational guard? Then you got Justin Edwards. You've got Dominic Barlow and Jabari Walker. That's the next group of guys there. Do they make that jump? Do any of those? Barlow, he was a pretty good player last year. Does he become a good player next year? Like a good, solid rotational player? I think they overexposed him last year.
Yeah.
Justin Edwards is now going into his 3rd year. Then the backup center spot, Hockporty. Is Bona still here? Do they look at Hockporty? there's still probably a move that they make that we haven't seen. They also have got Beauchamp. He's a guy that played the G League. He was
With
a
the
first
Ignite.
round pick a couple of years ago and was, yes, like Barlow, a very highly thought of high school player. He got drafted out of G League Ignite, so he never went to college, but he was a guy who's a great athlete, but doesn't shoot all that well. Does he make that jump to another level? So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And by the way, they really haven't addressed rebounding. I feel like that's kind of gotten. I mean, none of the guys that they've brought in can really rebound that great. I mean, that was
Porter's
just
not a big
problem.
rebounder.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big problem that they had last year. Yeah, the shooting, but they can't rebound. They still can't rebound. I mean, that's a major, major issue with this team, and it has not been addressed.
I agree. Dean Wade, not much of a rebounder. Hawk Porty, that's not a strong suit for him, even though he's 7 feet. He's more of a rim protector, more of an athlete, more of like, I don't know. The way that Hudrick kind of described him, he's kind of like more of a Bona, but with better hands. You know, a guy who's just a pogo stick, jumping all over the place, but has better hands.
Yep. Well, there you go. That's day one of free agency. First full day here coming up in about an hour and 18 minutes of free agency. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2, Mike. One of our Phillies prospects is getting a documentary. Did you see this? Gage Wood is going to be part of it.
Yeah, well, I didn't see the whole situation.
So NBC is coming out with a docu-series called Road to the Show. Episode 1 is coming out, and it is featuring 6 top major league prospects. It's going to be on Peacock, and they're featuring 6 prospects in baseball. Jesus Mate, Ethan Holiday, Braden Montgomery, Gage Wood, Roche Chokolowski,
Good job on that one.
Yeah. Whew, these are some names. Justin LeBron, shortstop out of Alabama. So top prospects. Gage Wood is in the mix here for Road to the Show. 30 minutes episode. You dive it in. You a Peacock guy.
Don't have Peacock, so I would be out on that one.
You're not even gonna no download for this.
Somewhat intrigued, but don't have Peacock, not getting it for this.
So no, you're out. You're out on this. Like when I got HBO Max to watch what was it? What was the Eagles? What were the Eagles on this past year? Hard Knocks in season, right? With the NFC.
I got HBO Max to watch that.
So did I, and I still have it. Never canceled it. So it's still coming out of my paycheck every single week. Peacock, I think I have. I think I have Peacock. I will be tuning in. I'll give an update on Gage.
I definitely don't have Peacock. That's one that I've never even sniffed. I've never even given half of a thought.
I got too many of them. I got to start canceling them at this point. But now I have a reason to keep Peacock. I'm locked into this. I want to see this so badly. Like, this is going to be awesome. Behind the scenes, little minor league baseball. I used to work in the minors, get to see the ins and outs. I want to see Gage Wood come up through the ranks. I'm in. Philly involved. I'm in. I'm all in.
Intrigued, not enough to order Peacock.
All right. I figured I'd try. I wanted to see if you would dive into some Gage Wood behind the scenes banter here, but I guess not. All right.
I like it. I like the premise. I like the whole thing. I don't want Peacock.
If you had Peacock or it was on one of the other ones you were subscribed to, then are you tuning?
Yes. Yeah, I said I'm intrigued. I like the premise, but I'm out on Peacock.
Okay. All right. There you go. All right. Moving along. Final nugget. Nugget number 3. This is a fun one. Okay. Something happened today that was very fascinating in the world. The Empire State Building today. I don't know if you saw this news. It's been everywhere today. All right. 2 people climbed the Empire State Building all the way to the top. They were later arrested. They did come down.
Good for them.
However, they did propose. The man did propose. A man and a woman proposed to his, I guess, girlfriend on the Empire State Building at the top of it. And they got a picture of it. And she posted the ring on Instagram. I think it was Instagram or Twitter or somewhere. Okay. They also held a sign up. I forget what the sign actually said. It was, some message regarding peace and things of that nature. But it got me thinking, because that's going to be a meme now, because there's tons of memes now going around about these two scaling the Empire State Building. Apparently they've done this before, and there's a documentary about it. But if you had a flag and you scaled the Empire State Building, if you had a message to the 4 Philadelphia teams to put on that flag, scaling the Empire State Building, what would that message be, and which team would it be to?
How about, man, the flag would be a message to one of the Philadelphia sports teams.
Yes.
That's a
Can I tell you mine?
Yeah.
Can I tell you mine?
Yep, definitely.
It would be to Dave Dombrowski, and it would be sell the farm at the deadline. Sell the farm. Okay.
Sell the farm. Hey,
Yes.
Dave, sell the farm.
Yes, that would be my message. If I climb the tower like the Empire State Building and risk everything, put the sign up. If I had one message to any of the Philadelphia teams in Philadelphia, sell the farm, Dave. That would be my message today. If I did it today, that's what my message would be.
It's tough because, even if I say, I'm not screaming from the top of the Empire State Building to trade Embiid. I don't want to, demand that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of these people that's
you're climbing the Empire State Building. Everyone's going to see it. So you got to be creative here. Mine, it's going right to Dave Dombrowski. There you go. That's the message. When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. That was their message on their flag. Thanks to our commenter on YouTube for that.
So I don't know what I would put out there. DFA NOLA? I don't know.
Oh, no. DFA NOLA.
No, I mean, that's not. I mean, I can't watch him pitch anymore. It's sad. It's sad to see. Although
we're not DFAing him, I thought we talked about this.
No, they can't DFA him. I know that. I'm just kidding. What is the message for a Philadelphia sports team?
I stumped you with this. I got you. I didn't think I'd get you this bad.
Well, I'm not at the point where, there's certain cities that they want the owner to sell the team.
Yeah.
I don't have that message. I don't really need any of the owners. I think all the owners are trying to win and are not a part of why the team. Now, I know the Sixers people out there are probably screaming at the radio right now.
They're going to text in. They're coming
I don't think Josh Harris is trying to lose, right? I mean, now you would say, what about the process? I think he was on board with the idea of losing to try to win.
I don't think he's trying to lose. Don't know if he's doing everything in his power to try to win. He does own 18 million teams.
Yeah, but I mean, I said this before about he bought Washington, who was a down rotten team, and got him to the NFC Championship.
I know.
Game
I know.
in early on in his.
That's
tenure.
where his priority is. That's where
I don't know enough about where the Devils were and are now. The Devils made the playoffs not this year, but the year before, right?
Yes, I think a couple years ago they made it.
Yeah. I don't know enough about the Devils to speak on
All
what
right,
he has done there.
All right, so you're not saying sell the team. Flyers, get a frontline center, trade for a center. You can put that on your flag up there, your message.
Yeah. Flyers, by the way, Danny Briere is talking right now. I know they made a bunch of moves today. We're going to have Durso on at 5:30. So.
Hey, I can't wait for Durso. I love a Durso during the season, pregame, postgame on Instagram. That's when I'm doom scrolling. He comes up.
Yeah, he does. He's heavy on the IG.
Yeah.
So I'll have to think about that one and get back to you.
All right, get back to me on that one tomorrow. I need a message. All right, you're climbing the Empire State Building. I'm telling Dombrowski, sell the farm. That's what I'm doing. Sell the farm. That is my message.
I'm okay with that. They just don't have a lot of farm to sell.
Sell what you have. Sell what you have. Go for it this year. Not going to be baseball for a while, probably next year. Who knows?
Gotcha.
All right, there you go. 3-pack.
All right, there's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash. We'll see you tomorrow, man.
See you.
We're going to be at Yuri's tomorrow. No Nuggets at Yuri's, but he'll be with us for the segment tomorrow. On the Bash, we got plenty more to come, including Dave Gallagher, former Philly and 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, joins us at 5 o'clock. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Of course, coming up next hour, our weekly conversation with former Phil, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran Dave Gallagher. He joins me next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll talk a lot of Phils here as it's hot out there. What does that mean for the offense? As last night they put up an 8 spot. Also, we talked about it earlier. What does Dave see as some of the biggest reasons why this Phillies team has turned it around so much under Don Mattingly? Mattingly talked about it today with the way the team is going. Does he look at the opportunity to manage again next year? All that and more coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Pass Live. It's brought to you this hour by Cross County Connection. 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles providing fare free transportation all across South Jersey. Connect to your job, college courses, healthcare, shopping, government service, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For details, 7571 or visit driveless.com. Dave Gallagher spent 9 years in the majors, including 1 year in Philadelphia with the Phillies. He joins us every Wednesday to talk shop on the Phils and give us kind of his player perspective from his experiences on all thing that's going on with the Phillies. And there's a lot right now. It's getting hot out there. How does that help the offense go? We used to hear hitting season all the time. Do the players have that mentality? Hey, I need to get to warmer weather. And then all scored 8 runs last night. You're starting to see guys click. Trey Turner's one of them. We talked a lot about Turner last week, so I want to start with the leadoff man as we start the 5 o'clock hour with Dave Gallagher here on the Sports Pass Live. And Dave, we talked about Turner and some of the struggles. He's starting to turn things around, had a couple home runs. I think he's hitting like 345 over his last 11 games or something here. As we talked about him last week, are we starting to see some changes from Trey Turner?
We definitely are. I know his numbers are jumping up a little bit, but more importantly, I kept waiting to see like when he's going to make an adjustment with that front side. And credit to the Phillies staff because you can see him trying. A lot of these guys, you think about Stott, Marsh against lefties, where they do well. Bohm is when they're driving the ball the other way. And any hitter that played in the big leagues will tell you that's your recipe for success is to look away, think away, because it's going to help you wait. It's going to help you keep your front side closed longer and react in. The problem is not too many of us trust our ability to react on a fastball, especially when it's thrown by you at about 98 miles an hour. You know, you just don't trust yourself. But he's driving. He hit an out to the warning track early in the game before he had what I think he had a double down line that was big down the left field line, and then that home run was that wasn't just flare, that was a shot to right. So that's all real good signs for him maybe turning the corner and helping this team offensively.
Yeah, and obviously he's a big key. I mean, you get him at the top of the order, cranking things, starting things off. You get the home run the other night. Then you have Schwarber doing what he's doing. You have Harper doing what he's doing. Those 3 guys are so key. But I don't know, man. What about Brandon Marsh and what he's doing here? I mean, it's unbelievable. 5 home runs in his last 8 games. There were so many questions. Could he hit left-handers? That's just come out of nowhere. I mean, let's be honest, Dave. He had not hit lefties throughout his career. And some would say, well, he was never given the opportunity. Well, the sample size was pretty big to say that, no, he struggled against lefties. But here he is, and I don't know what changed for him, but all of a sudden he is hitting righties, lefties, and everything in between.
I know you're going to be sick of me telling you this, but and it's not just because I really liked Don Mattingly as an opponent. I just loved his passion for the game. I'll say that until I leave this earth. He's one of those guys you want in the game. You wanted him as a player to be involved in the game. And, like Larry Bowa, I know they're so different. Those kind of guys, I think the game needs. But back to his influence on Marsh, and not just Marsh. These guys have to. I would bet my life that they're nestling up to him, whether it's on flights or, in the locker room early before a game, in the dugout on a rain delay, and they're talking baseball with him. He's getting opportunities as a manager to probably do a little bit more than he did as a bench coach. We've talked about this. You don't want to step on other coaches' toes at any level, but especially in the big leagues. They're hired for a reason. But as the manager, you can join yourself with any conversation in any room. He has said, hey, I'm not going to mess with the pitching, as he probably shouldn't, nor should I. But he has so much to offer to hitters. And that would be a key one is, what did you do, Don, against tough lefties? What did you do? Like, guarantee part of it will be, you've got to fight to keep your front side in. Your front side wants to bail because the arm is on that side. You're not used to seeing it. You always feel like you're going to get drilled. think the other way. And that's what Mosher is doing so well. And then I put something out on Twitter the other day, and it sounds so strange, but trust me on this. He has the hands, Marsh, of a drummer, a guy who plays the drums. And the reason I say that, years ago, I was doing lessons out of my house, and there was a teenager that came in, and I looked at him and how well his hands worked. He wasn't perfect with his mechanics, but his hands moved so well to and through the ball. And I just stopped throwing BP, and I said, by any chance you ever play the drums? And him and his father stared at me and started laughing. He said he plays the drums right now. I'd die if I found out Marsh did. But my point is, his hands are exceptional. They really are. And I keep unfairly waiting for him to hit a wall.
Same.
He actually deserves an opportunity to slow down, but he just keeps answering the bell.
I agree with you. I feel like it's like, I feel bad being doomsday, but it's like, hey, the sample size is there that you have not been able to perform at this level, not only against lefties, against everybody, right? I mean, you don't generally go from like a 260 hitter to a 300 plus hitter. That's a huge jump.
It really is, and it's hard to maintain when you get to the second half. You're talking to a guy who really had to focus. It wasn't until late in my major league career that I started to sustain my numbers in the second half. All through the minor leagues, I'd make the all-star team. I have great numbers at half. And as an everyday center fielder, I wore down physically. So it's a little bit easier these days because the food is great, right? It's healthy. It's lean, helps to keep you lean and in shape and strong. And you have designed workouts to maintain your strength during the season. So they really keep an eye on that a lot better than they did back in my day. But, he's a good sized guy, so he should be able to hold his strength. But playing every day can wear you down. And I know Don Mattingly is aware of that. He does, as he says, he likes to get guys off their feet once in a while.
Dave, you tweeted a little while ago this morning about Don Mattingly, about the credit. I talked about last night or tonight, actually. You're going to see Zack Wheeler pitch. They were 8-18 when Wheeler came back. I don't think it's any coincidence that his return has pawned off a domino effect of his starts have saved the bullpen. His starts have eliminated Taijuan Walker's starts. And just having Wheeler there, I think, has been at the top of the list of some of the reasons why this team. But where is a guy who's played for a variety of managers in your career, where does Mattingly's credit kind of, as you continue to see this team close in on Atlanta?
I just think the stars aligned. If this was Mattingly's first time at the helm, like anybody else, me included, you included, we would have to learn, unfortunately, from some of our mistakes. Like we'd look back and say, oh, if I had to do that over again, I would have done this, or I missed this. I missed it. I waited too long to do this. So he's had those opportunities to learn from his failure. I'm sure he feels a lot better in his own skin as far as what he can do and what he shouldn't do. But as the manager, I think he's at the right point where he's enjoying the game for what it is. He doesn't overreact or be over emotional to anything. And he knows what's inside every one of these guys' heads, and he can help them. But everything that you said is true. Wheeler coming back is absolutely enormous. And it does everything you said it does. It lengthens and saves your bullpen. It picks everybody up on the entire team to feel like, okay, we got a shot. But I don't think it's a coincidence that almost everybody, I'd say with the exception of JT, have made like significant jumps on their offense. Now, you might say it would have happened anyway, maybe, but I think it's the way they're doing it. I'm going to give Stott some flowers right now because, both of us have always liked him, but he kind of fell. He fell out of favor. But I'm watching, he's getting a lot of two-strike hits now. And I felt like there was a long period of time where his swing remained the same regardless of the count or situation. And to run into one and hit one out is fantastic once in a blue moon. but he's getting some critical hits with 2 strikes. I don't want to say he takes something off his swing because everybody's approach is different when they're a little cautious and they're trying to cover all pitches. But he's definitely hit a lot of base hits middle opposite with 2 strikes. So he's showing some changes. We talked about Marsh, the adjustments he's made. Bohm is looking like the Bohm of old. He hit 2 balls to the track hard yesterday to the opposite field. I think he's at his best. His swing is not fast. It's a longer swing, but I think he's at his best when he's hitting fastballs most of the time, opposite gap, in that area, and then turning on off speed kind of naturally. The speed of the pitch brings his barrel out front. That's the guy who we've watched hit, barely get into double figures with home runs, but drive in 100.
Yeah.
And a lot of RBIs with 2 outs and a lot of RBIs with 2 strikes and fighting off balls because he's not afraid to get beat. When you have a fear of getting beat inside, you never wait. You know what I mean? You're so vulnerable to anything off speed or away. So I think of all that I just said. That all happened after Mattingly took over. This just can't be that much of a significance.
Yeah.
Coincidence, rather.
Right. Well, I guess one of the things a lot of the listeners, there's a lot of people, believe it or not, Dave, that we're not the biggest Rob Thompson fans in the world that listen to our show and think that he was asleep at the wheel and they call him Ram Zabi and like that he wasn't a great tactician. When you look at that, do you see little nuances of in-game strategy or play that has shifted and helped them succeed?
I just think, I want to be careful how I say this. I don't think it's a secret. Rob is a great guy, and I think he's a hell of a baseball guy, baseball knowledge. He's been in the game his whole adult life, so he knows the game. There's something to be said when you combine analytics and statistics. Like, statistics are after the fact. This is what happened. This is what you did against these pitchers. This is where we're going to defend this guy positionally because he's done this when in the past. But for somebody who played at that level for years, had success and failure, that things change. I know there was days when I went up to the plate where my swing felt so long. It could have been mechanical. My hands were casting or barrel wrapping, or I'm coming down from a virus. Whatever it is, I'm different today than I was the last time you played me. I'm not getting the fastballs inside. You probably don't want to just go by a chart. But then there's other days, I don't care who's on the mound. I'm seeing the ball well. My balance is good. I'm keeping my weight underneath me, so it's easier for me to get my barrel out. I will turn on an inside fastball. So a guy like Donnie or anyone who's got that kind of experience, it would be foolish not to say, Donnie, here's what we got. Here's all the charts. Here's all the analytics. Take this, use it as you want. But we're leaning on you, and your experience.
Well, I wonder how much how much he gets to tell his son. Hey, man, take your analytics and stuff it.
Yeah, you can imagine. We can imagine. Listen, I changed your diaper. You shut up.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to tell me I'm platooning my left fielder? No. That's not how this is happening. Dave Gallagher's with us here. Dave, I want to get into a topic. You tweeted a bunch about Nola, and you refreshed him because he had a rough night, which sparks a lot of conversation. Look, he has and sports today, contracts come into play. You have sat in a locker room with a guy who's not making 190 million like some of these guys, but at that time, whatever their contracts were, I'm sure if they were struggling, it's hard to look at people in the eye when they know they're struggling. How is that for him right now? What is he going through?
Well, you led me into a topic that I think your listeners will appreciate just because it's different, the mental side of the game. I did play with Bobby Bonilla at a time where Bobby's contract was the biggest in baseball. By
the way, he got paid today for that contract again.
Oh, did he really?
Today is Bobby Bonilla Day. Yes, he got his $1 million check today.
So I watched him go from being on the Pirates and like one of the most likable guys. He's still likable. I don't mean to say that, but he was the kind of guy you want him as a teammate, not just for his talent, but how he was in the locker room. He comes over, I want to say back in the day, it was 5 years, maybe 25 million. I could be off on that. but he deferred so much of it, made a deal. But here's my point. He struggled, and it wasn't even that bad, but he struggled, and the New York media ate him alive, and his personality changed. I felt so bad for him because I could slide in and out of that locker room, good game, bad game. I can go out to eat. Maybe somebody recognized me, maybe or maybe not. It's a different game for Dave Gallagher than it is Bobby Bonilla. But I do want to say with Aaron, there was a shot of him after he got taken out of the game. The pitcher will stick around and watch. It's just the right thing to watch the reliever come in until that inning is done. It's the professional thing to do. You don't go up and change your, shower until that inning is done at the very least. There was a shot of him in the dugout, and nobody's going to bother him, not after getting taken out of a game like that. So he's by himself. He's got his hat pulled down low, and he's staring, but it's a distant stare. It's a stare to me that looked like, what the hell is going on, for my career right now, because I'm trying everything and it's not happening. It is not happening. That's a scary feeling from us as a fan. You look at it and think, what the hell are they going to do with this contract? How can they use them? You're not going to walk away from it, so you hope, let's stick on that for a second. Think of the mental side of the game for him and say Turner. You got two guys with long-term contracts. So the average Joe that's blue collar working his butt off, to make $60,000 a year and get by, and they're not going to listen to anybody sob about the money that they make. So the pressure isn't that. It's not financial. It's your own legacy. It's your own ego. It's trying to provide something for what you're getting paid to your teammates, the guys you're with every day, more than your family during the season. That's a different kind of pressure, and that you have to be strong mentally to get through. And then you take Rincones and Hill. Totally different. Their pressure is real. They're trying to get a job and then keep it at the major league level, because their identity since they were a little kid was baseball. Best kid on their little league team. Best kid on probably their Babe Ruth team. High school too. That's their identity. All of a sudden, they're the last guy on a roster or the second to the last. And if I don't perform for 3 or 4 days, man, they're showing Rincones' family in the stands and the look on his face. Well, I'll be aggressive today. Foul off that first pitch. This is like the reality of what goes through an athlete at the professional level that's performance driven. When you go home, you've heard me say it, the food doesn't taste good. You're not sleeping. You're tossing and turning. And you show up at the ballpark today is going to be different. I'm going to get some hits today, and you stink again. Now think about Hill. He's done really well.
Yep.
Accepted, good in the clubhouse, I'm hearing. All of a sudden, the team signs Tommy Pham. Right-handed hitting outfielder. I know he's in AAA, but he's got a what do they call it? Not a buyout, but a deal where he gets released if he's not up in the big leagues by a certain date. He's protecting himself. So now there's a guy pushing from underneath with major league experience and having success as recent as last year. Now does Hill become a role player on the bench? Does he get pushed out? And now the pressure is right back on him to perform today, or the next start that he gets, or the next pinch hitting appearance. It's never ending, the performance. It's just the reasons change. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess if you're Nola, the thing that stuck out about what you said, Dave, is that he's in the dugout and he's staring as if I'm doing what I've always done and it's not working. There was a time last year, this happened with Jordan Romano, who, he had been an all-star and he's still throwing 98 miles an hour, but he can't get anybody out. And it's like,
yeah, I remember
I'm
that.
still throwing 98, but I can't get anyone out. And you could hear him after the game. You felt like a guy who had completely run out of answers. And you wonder, this guy's got 4 years left on that contract for about $100 million. That's got to be tough to live with, man. I don't envy. I envy the check coming in, but I don't envy the situation that he's in.
Mike, I broke. So I know exactly what it feels like. I I went to spring training, coming off the year with the Phillies. I get Phillies until August, then the Angels. I hit 316 with the Phillies. I felt confident that I'm going to have another year at the least, right? Going back at 36 years old. I'm golden for at least another year. You know, I go to spring training with Cleveland. Best shape of my life. I made sure that I went lean, fast, strong. And I walked into the locker room and I saw where my locker was. And you go in that big league locker room, you got all the team, your regulars over here. Then you got the guys that were invited as non-roster players way over in that other corner with a high number. Now that shouldn't bother me, but it did. That was the start of me breaking, because years previous, I'm throwing up the middle finger to anyone who wants to say I'm not good enough. And I'm saying, yes, I am. Watch me. I didn't have the fight. There's nobody's fault but my own. I went in, I stunk for about 2 weeks. My wife was pregnant with our last child. And I remember saying, I'm going to go in and talk to him. I went in. John Hart was the GM for Cleveland. I went in early, asked if I could speak to him. And I said, I think I see the writing on the wall. You tell me if it's different, and he appreciated it. And he said, I really appreciate you coming in. We had made a decision. We were waiting out of respect for you to see if there was a team that needed a right-handed hitting outfielder. And I said, well, I appreciate that. I'll go home and I'll keep working out. I didn't work out again. I dropped my glove and bat and it was over because I lost my edge. And when you lose that edge, there is nobody that feels sorry for you. Maybe your parents, if you got a wife, maybe your wife, but the other team isn't going to. They step right over you and it's somebody else's turn. So I hope that look I saw in Aaron's face, he can get past it. But Mike, here's the key to that. You can kind of get by with a fifth starter like Rangel. You can get by with him if he gives you innings and he wins once in a blue moon, right? You can withstand the losses, especially if you have your top three winning the majority of their games. But you can't withstand the fifth starter who gets knocked out early, and it affects the bullpen, a carryover to those three. Now, if you say Nola and Rangel, the fourth and fifth starter, need help early from the bullpen, you're killing your top three. So they got to get that rectified. If Aaron becomes the fifth starter, that seems more reasonable until he can hopefully get things fixed. But that means you need somebody to step into that fourth slot.
Yeah.
They're in a pennant race, Yeah, they're in a pennant race, and Miami's chasing them down.
You talked about like Hill seeing that Pham is there and these other guys know that like, hey, there's somebody. That's one problem the Phillies have. Like, not that Nola's like, hey, they don't have anybody else, so I don't have to work hard, but they really don't have another option. That's one issue.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And I don't know their minor league system. I listen sometimes. Oscar and Geoff will talk about it, and I listen because I just don't know the minor league system and prospects. It sounds to me like it's not real strong.
No.
And that's going to certainly affect any ability to trade. But
let me ask you this: speaking of prospects, there is one prospect you do know, and that is Painter. Would you think about moving him based on what we've seen in this small sample size? Do you think he's salvageable, or do you think the Phillies now are saying, you know what, it might be best to move him if we can?
Well, I definitely think he's salvageable. I do. Because again, I lived it. I was an outfielder, but I stunk my first time. I feel like I'm ripping myself apart a lot today. But my first time up to the big leagues, I played not to fail. Big difference. Like there's a quote: hesitation causes. Fear. There it is. Fear causes hesitation. Hesitation causes failure. Fear causes what's fear? Like, what do you mean? Afraid of the dark? No. Afraid of somebody breaking in your house? No. Afraid of failing. When I got called up to the big league, I remember looking around, seeing a crowd. There's thousands of people, millions between that, watching on television. What if I swing and miss? What if I drop a ball? Like, when that's going through your head, you can't perform. And I got sent out 4 for my first 36. That's 111. It made it onto my baseball cards. It was a year later. I got traded and called up again. And I promised myself, it might happen. I might fail, but it's going to be different. I'm getting after it. So I was able to flip that mentality. I'm going to get aggressively after it and let the chips fall where they may. And if I showed you the at-bats from my first time up to the second time up, you'd see the difference in the attack in my swings. So, can you flip the script, Painter? I think that's his biggest weakness. Yes, he needs movement on his fastball, but I just don't see him attacking inside or, you can be a nice guy. Oral Hershiser was like one of the nicest guys off the field, but, his nickname was Bulldog.
Yep.
He didn't mind coming inside off the plate. He knew he had to. And if you got a couple of hits, he was furious. Nolan Ryan, you tried to bunt for a hit, he'd be cursing you out from the mound just for trying. He didn't like losing at anything. So I'd love to see a little bit of that in Painter. Somebody's got to take a chance. I do think he has value either to the Phillies or to somebody else. Crawford is another one. Like, I would not be afraid to move these guys, and that's not because I don't like them. That's because I think they have value, but I would not make a lateral move. No way. If I'm going to move either or both of those guys, I got to have a difference maker, and I would take the chance. Easy for me to say. I'm not the GM, but I would take that chance because of the window that the Phillies have with their core talent. That window it's more than halfway closed, right? There's a little bit of time in there with this team to keep them together and get a ring. No better time than right now.
Dave, our listeners always learn something. They learned that you also played with Bobby Bonilla. It's Bobby Bonilla Day, everybody. Bobby got a check. Dave, we just get to talk for free. We're having a good conversation. Hopefully the people out there are enjoying it. But Bobby's ringing in his $1 million check today. And Dave, you played with Bobby for 2 years, 2 stops, right? With the Mets, right?
Yeah.
The White Sox. He was down there, right?
Yeah, I didn't play with him in Chicago. I played with him in New York, and he's really a hell of a guy. Like I said, though, that year that I was in New York was crazy.
Yeah.
Another show, Mike. Another show, everything there.
All right, man. We will catch up with you next week. Enjoy the holiday.
All right, Mike, you too. Be safe.
Dave Gallagher, everybody, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran. It is quickly becoming one of our most popular segments here on the Sports Bash. We appreciate all the feedback when Dave joins us on the show. 609-403-0973, Dave Gallagher, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran. You can't get better insight and analysis than he brings to the Sports Bash. We appreciate him jumping on board every Wednesday on the show. When we come back, the Flyers making moves today, including an 8-year contract for what? Was it a good deal? And you'll hear the insight from Kevin Durso on what Danny Briere just had to say. That's next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insiders here. The Flyers making moves. Danny Briere spoke not too long ago. We'll get the latest on the Fly guys as NHL free agency kicks off. The Flyers start things off with bringing back one of their own for an 8-year mega deal there for Tyson Forrester. Kevin Durso, thoughts on the 8-year deal, Tyson Forrester? I've seen a lot of interesting reactions on the old social media there. What is your thoughts on that deal for Tyson Forrester?
Yeah, it's got the chance to be really good value in the long term. It's just a matter of, can he stay healthy throughout the course of the term of that deal? That's really your big question. He has, in a short amount of time, shown growth. He's shown the ability to be a goal scorer that has potential to keep climbing in the scoring ranks. 20 goals as a rookie, 25 in his second season, was on pace to shatter that last season. And then the injury happened. And that's the big hurdle here. You're taking a chance and you're placing a bet on one of your own that you think he's going to be both production wise, what you expect him to be, and then that he's also going to be healthy throughout the duration of it. Briere kind of called it, he said he could have done this last season when he was a restricted free agent and just made the 8-year deal right then and there, but he kind of called it a 10-year deal because they made a 2-year deal and now tack on the 8-year extension. So they really wanted to have him through the course of all of the important years of his career, and now this contract does that for them.
So, the 8-year deal there, you look at it and basically say, hey, this is a long-term commitment to this player. Where do you look at this player in terms of growth and ceiling and what this team, kind of needs?
Well, I believe that the way that they view him is that they think he can be a goal scorer for them. He can be the guy that everybody has longed for, the 30 plus, start at 30 plus and then see how far you can take it. His pace last season, if you just take that basic number, he had 13 goals in 29 games and probably wasn't fully healthy for the final 8 that he played when he came back from injury. You're thinking about a guy who probably last season, if nothing happens, scores at least 35 to 40 goals with the pace he was on. That's how good he was playing before the injury. So that's, I'm sure, the ceiling that they think that they have in this player, but you still got to get there. And that's why they're taking a bet on it. You didn't give an 8-year extension to a guy who's already gotten to 30 goals a couple times in his career. You gave it to a guy who's topped out at 25 at most and now has to prove he's worth the value that you gave him.
We talked a little bit about Vladar is now official. He gets a 5-year deal worth $5.5 million per season. So those are the first 2 moves of the offseason. They're not surprises, I guess. I mean, we knew Vladar, the Forrester, not a surprise either.
The Forrester one kind of it felt like it came from out of left field a little bit because it was before anything else, like before anything had really hit with free agency opening. The Vladar deal was official, like I told you a couple days ago, 12:01. They could make it official, and they did. And then next thing you know, it was, hey, there's another extension coming down the line, and it's Tyson Forrester this time. And it was like, okay, that wasn't one that we saw coming as much. I think it would have been less surprising if they would have said one of their restricted free agents had signed today, that they suddenly had a deal done with Zegras or a deal done with Drysdale. But instead, they must have been working on this as well, and it was already done before free agency really got started. So the first 2 moves that were actually formally out there when free agency opened were in-house.
All right. Noel Acari is the first one from outside of the organization. And this is a 2-year, 2.8. This is kind of a role player. This is like what the Sixers did today, right? Not a high profile signing here. Give us a little insight on this role player.
Yeah, so basically with Noel Acari, you take a player like that and you look at 2 things that the Flyers could have done differently, and this is an upgrade over both of them. Last week they moved Garnet Hathaway and they decided to go with Acari over Luke Glendening. That's an upgrade over both of them. This is a player who has more offensive upside than both of those players, fits a role. It's a good upgrade for where you are going to place him in the lineup. And he really fits the Glendening role because he's a right-handed centerman, so he can come in, take faceoffs when they need somebody who's a right-handed faceoff guy. It's a good fit for them. It was and it comes at a good value, in my opinion, to keep it under $3 million. To put it in comparison, they were linked to Colton Sissons as well, who ended up going to Toronto and got like twice as much the money as Acari got. So this is a really good value play. It doesn't really block anybody. It fits a role. I like that pickup for them.
So where does he fit in terms of, when you look at this roster and he's a center, which is a spot where this team has really struggled. Obviously, they made that pretty apparent last year.
Yeah, so he'll play bottom six, probably fourth line. You think about putting him alongside Sean Couturier like they did with Luke Glendening and Garnet Hathaway late in the season last year. That's the role they were looking to fill when you consider they moved on from Garnet Hathaway during the offseason. They moved on from Nick Delorier at the trade deadline. They opted not to bring back Luke Glendening. So you take all three of those guys and you got a better player than all three of them by making this deal. That's the role that they fill there.
Grunstrom, another back 1 year deal there. That's a one of these not exciting type of moves, but obviously they got to start kind of figuring out around the edges there.
Yeah, and Briere it was interesting what Briere said about this one, because you look at them bringing back Grunstrom and you think that's again another depth move for the NHL roster. He didn't really commit to that. He kind of lumped Grunstrom in with a bunch of other guys that they signed that are more minor league type signings. Zach Aston Reese, Jack Studnicka, these kind of guys. Like, you won't hear much from them unless injuries arise. Like, I look at Zach Aston Reese, who's more of a minor league deal for them, kind of like Anthony Richard a few years ago, guy who they can call up when they need somebody if they are dealing with some lineup issues. I didn't view Grunstrom that way when the report came out that they were bringing him back. Sounds more like that might be their viewpoint, though, that they don't see him fitting into the top 12 of the forward group the same way that you would a Denver Barkey or an Alex Bump, that they're more focused on those players being in the top 12 and being regular parts of the lineup. And Grunstrom may be on the outside looking in, but it's good insurance to have guys like that.
Briere mentioned that there's a good chance really, that they take a step back. What was your reaction to hearing him, openly say, yeah, we might go backwards next year? I think everybody's waiting for not only a forward step, a big step. And he's saying, no, it might go backwards.
Yeah, like, I don't hate anything that they did today in particular. Like, they didn't do anything to get worse, but they didn't do anything to move the needle either. And I was fine with that approach when you consider how the free agent market was, until he said that, basically. Like, I don't think you should openly come out and say we almost expect to take a step back. I think that the understanding is that it hinges on a lot of the young players, and it'll be up to them whether they take a step forward as a team or not. I think that's a fair assessment, but I wouldn't have been so open about we kind of expect a step back. That's not what people wanted to hear in that moment. To me, the disappointment of today isn't that they didn't go out and do anything of note in terms of moving the needle. It's that the one area that you felt like that you could have tried to address that you didn't really address by doing much of anything is the power play. You made all the right moves in every other position, I think. The things that you didn't do are things that you shouldn't have gotten yourself into. The Darnell Nurse trade, for example. Darnell Nurse gets traded for the full contract goes to San Jose. You didn't want any part of that. You might have considered that if there was retention involved. Good on you for staying out of that one. Sometimes the best moves you make are the ones you don't. But you could have tried to address the power play a little bit better. It doesn't mean that you technically haven't yet either. That he was asked about John Carlson and asked about Claude Giroux. They've been linked to both of them, and both guys would be able to have a positive impact on the power play, you would assume. Certainly John Carlson. They're not out on him yet, and he hasn't signed. So that isn't over just yet, but it's also not looking as likely when you go through the course of the first day and haven't come away with guys. So they continue to work at that. If they can make something like that happen, specifically Carlson, I think that would be huge for their offseason. I think it would turn it around pretty significantly. But if this is where the line is drawn and it kind of ends with this group, it's not a bad offseason. You upgraded your goaltending, you upgraded the kind of role defenseman, the role forward, but you didn't do anything over the top that moves the needle either.
You mentioned Giroux is a guy that they have been linked to. He is 38 years old now. Mm-hmm. I mean, is that the direction this team wants to kind of go down, or is this just connecting dots because of familiarity?
It's the type of move you make for a year if you don't have anything else that you can do that upgrade your power play. If you're looking for another guy who can jump in and take faceoffs, that's a right-handed shot. I understood it. It's not going to be something long-term. I wonder if the Giroux thing is kind of out of the picture now that you did make the deal with Achari. It kind of was left open-ended while you didn't have anybody else to kind of fill that forward role, that there was kind of the possibility you could see Giroux playing next to Couturier and kind of being a bottom six role, not necessarily taking anything away from your young forwards, but being a good guy to have back there as a secure veteran. And maybe that's out the door now based on what you've done already, but Briere kind of left the door open a little bit. So for now, we can't just assume it's not going to happen at all, but it feels less likely now that they've made a couple of moves at the forward position.
All right. What any other takeaways from Briere? I didn't get a chance to kind of had it on, here and there in the break. But what any highlight for you outside of him saying, for me anyway, I happen to get to hear him say, "Hey, I think we might take a step backwards." I'm like, I tuned in right at the right time here. How about you?
I mean, that was the biggest one to me. Most of everything else was pretty standard. Him explaining the decision to do certain things with players. It's no secret, the Vladar thing was already out there. It's no secret they really like Tyson Forrester, so I'm not surprised that there was a lot of praise there and a lot of reasoning behind doing the deal. The Achari explanation made a ton of sense. It was kind of the only other big takeaway was that they are still involved. He wouldn't close the door on a John Carlson or Claude Giroux type, and that those are two of the, in a weaker free agent class, they're two of the higher, bigger names that were still out there at the moment, and that could kind of be brought in on short-term deals that you don't have to think about beyond next year or the year after at most. So that was the big significant thing. But really, for me, the big takeaway from what Briere had to say was at the very end, the idea that they know and understand that they could take a step back, and I just don't know if that was the right thing to say at this time.
All right, check out Kevin's free agent preview and more over at 973ESPN.com as the Flyers make a couple of in-house moves today and some minor outside of the organization moves when things happen at Kevin_Durso and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man, we'll see you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mike.
Kevin Durso, everybody, covering the Flyers, of course, for us for 97.3 ESPN.com. And I think, he might be busy. We could get another thing before the end of the week here. It might go down a little bit. It might be the day anyway, but we'll see if something ends up happening here. All right, coming up, John Smoltz said something you're going to want to hear. Don't go away. That's next. It's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. It's next. John Smoltz this morning on Unsportsmanlike, as we wrap up the show with an Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. He talked about the Phillies and how on fire they have been. Can they catch the Atlanta Braves? They're 2.5 games back. I would ask this question. Have the Phillies played their best baseball? And if the answer is yes, what does that mean for the second half of the season? 38-18, I think we said they were 39-18 now after last night. Is this their best baseball? Have the Phillies played their best baseball? It's something to kind of keep an eye on as they move forward, moving towards the All-Star break. Because if they have a better stretch in them down the road, they're going to beat this Braves team. And I'll tell you this, we talked about it yesterday. I'll say it again. Phillies need to win the division because you cannot get into a situation where you play the Cubs and then the Dodgers. That's how it sets up for you right now. You would play the Cubs and then the Dodgers potentially in the wild card round. You have to play the Cubs, who have 3 left-handed starters, and that would be disastrous if you face that team with their 3 left-handed starters in the first round, wild card round of the playoffs. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Hey, don't forget tomorrow, stop out and see us. We're at Yuri's in Wildwood. It's our Phillies day game watch party at Sliders Bar at Yuri's. Stop out, watch the Phils, 12:35 first pitch, and cool off with us, man. It is going to be a steamer tomorrow. We'll be at Yuri's tomorrow, 2 to 6, the Sports Bash live. Come watch the Phillies and Pirates and hang out with the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We want to thank our friends over at Cross County Connection. You can give them a call at 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com. They provide shuttles with fare-free transportation. It means if your car's broken down or you need a ride to work or your classes or to a healthcare appointment, you can call them and they will take you there. Fare-free, free of charge. We'll do it again tomorrow. I'm Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash.